Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into a story that's stranger than you expect. You've seen the horns on plastic helmets, theme park Vikings, even that one embarrassing Halloween costume. But what if we told you those horns were never real? What if the true story was quieter, more practical, and oddly tangled in opera singers and 19th century stage lights before we slip into another time entirely? Ask yourself, would you actually thrive in that era or just immediately invent random stuff? And if these quiet glimpses into the past help you rest, tell me your location and time and which century secretly feels like home to you. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You picture a Viking warrior, tall, grim, glinting axe in hand, and of course perched atop that shaggy head, two impossibly curled horns jutting skyward, like goat antlers caught in a fight with a chandelier. It's such a fixed image that even cartoons and commercials don't dare challenge it. But if you were to quietly step into a real Viking camp, say somewhere near the fjords of Norway in the year 850, you'd find a different kind of helmet. Or more likely none at all. Iron was valuable, and helmets were expensive. Most Viking warriors probably fought bareheaded or wore simple conical caps made of leather or iron, often with a nasal guard, but nothing more elaborate. Horns. They'd have been wildly impractical in battle. Imagine trying to squeeze through a doorway or wrestle someone in close quarters with deer antlers sprouting off your temples. You'd be a walking target and a hazard to your fellow raiders. So where did the horns come from? The answer fittingly involves a bit of theater. In the 1800s, Europe was gripped by a romantic obsession with Norse mythology. Wagner's opera's massive dramatic affairs, full of gods, valkyries, and doom, hit the stage like thunder. And the costume designers, they weren't aiming for archaeological accuracy. They wanted drama. They wanted silhouette. So they added horns, big ones, the kind that cast long shadows and made even the back row whisper. By the time Wagner's Der Ring des Nibelungen finished thundering through opera houses in Berlin, Paris, and Vienna, the horned helmet was burned into public imagination. Newspapers printed illustrations. Painters embraced it. The costume was copied again and again. Eventually, the image made its way into schoolbooks, cereal boxes, and Saturday morning cartoons. It's ironic, really. The Vikings were likely more minimalist than magnificent when it came to armor. Their helmets, if they had one, were utilitarian shaped to deflect blows, not impress tourists. A rare, real Viking helmet was discovered at Gjermundbu, Norway in 1943. It was made of iron, had a rounded cap, and a spectacle-like face guard. No horns, not even a little curl. And yet, the myth persists. Why? Some blame it on marketing, others on inertia. After all, once you've taught 3 generations of kids that Vikings had horns, it's hard to steer the ship another way. But there's also something more human beneath it. We like our legends to be visual. The horned helmet is a symbol, not of fact, but of how we dramatize the past to suit our fantasies. There is a faint echo, though, of where the horns may have started long before Wagner and way outside of Scandinavia. Some Bronze Age cultures, like those on the Iberian Peninsula or in the Near East, did use horned headgear in ceremonial or religious settings. Egyptian deities wore elaborate headdresses, and the Celts had depictions of gods with antlers. But none of these belonged to Vikings. They lived centuries later and had no cultural link to those artifacts. Still, it's easy to imagine how an archaeologist in the 1800s, unearthing ancient burials and trying to connect the dots, might have mixed and matched pieces that didn't belong together. A helmet from one period, horns from another, and suddenly you've invented something that never was, but now cannot be unseen. The funny part is, Viking warriors didn't seem to mind being misremembered. They'd likely raise an eyebrow grunt and go back to sharpening their axes, because in the end, horns, or not what mattered to them, wasn't how they looked. It was the sagas they inspired, the songs sung in their name, the oaths they kept, the farms they left behind. And anyway, the real stories waiting in those sagas, they're stranger and more beautiful than fiction. A soft breeze shifts direction now, leaving behind the myths we wear on our heads and drifting into the language Vikings used when they described themselves, which surprisingly didn't include the word Viking at all. You sit near a smoky hearth listening. A low voice recites something in Old Norse guttural melodic, the syllables curling like mist through pine trees. The speaker doesn't call himself a Viking. He doesn't even seem to know that word. That's because Viking, as we use it today, is a modern invention built on a misunderstanding. In their own time, these seafaring people had other names, more rooted in clan, in craft and kin. To them, a man was a carl, or a bondi, if he farmed a jarl, if he ruled, and only sometimes a Vikinger, which was a verb more than a title. It meant to go on an expedition, literally to go Viking. In this light, Viking was something you did not, something you were. The term appears in scattered medieval texts, often with a hint of disapproval. It described raiders, outlaws, or adventurers who left home to seek fortune or mischief on distant shores. If your neighbor's son took off with a ship and some questionable company, folks might mutter, "He's gone Viking." But they wouldn't call him a Viking, as though it were his birthright. So where did this shift happen from verb to identity? It began long after the Viking Age ended, when medieval chroniclers and later European writers started painting the Norse world with broader strokes. As centuries passed, tales of raids and conquests bled into one another. The Norsemen Danes and Northmen of various chronicles began to blur into one fearsome archetype. By the time Romanticism swept through Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries, there was a growing hunger for powerful exotic warriors to populate newly imagined pasts. The Viking was reborn, not as a historical figure, but as a fantasy all furs axes, longships, and testosterone. That reinvention gave rise to everything, from children's adventure books to nationalist myths. Scandinavians themselves began to reclaim the term in the 19th century during waves of cultural revival, tying their identity to the heroic seafarers of Old Minas. Of course, the inconvenient parts, like slave-taking and seasonal looting. But inside their own sagas, these people called themselves by their kin names, their gods, or their deeds. They were sons of Thor, daughters of Njord, bearers of runes, stewards of farms, and weavers of fate. Sometimes they went a Viking. Most of the time, they did not. It's a bit like calling all medieval English people crusaders. Technically, some of them went on crusade, but most of them milked cows, worried about taxes, and prayed the plague wouldn't come back. Even Viking ships weren't always meant for war. Some were trading vessels. Others were family transports. They bore sheep grain wine and even beeswax along routes that stretched from Ireland to the Caspian Sea. And the people aboard them, they were farmers, merchants, and women carrying babies, not just sword-swinging men with blood on their shirts. Historians today often use the term Scandinavian peoples of the early medieval period, when they want to be more precise. It's a mouthful, yes, but it avoids the cartoonish reduction of a culture to just one activity. There's a strange kind of magic in a name. Call someone a raider, and you expect violence. Call them a farmer, and you see soil under their nails. But in truth, the Norse world contained both and more. Some scholars argue that the word Viking itself distracts us from understanding the nuance of their lives. Others say it helps anchor the era in public imagination. And yet others, they just shrug and go back to translating runes. Still, it's worth listening to how they described themselves when the ink was fresh on the parchment. One skald wrote of those who wear the whale road, a poetic term for sea voyagers. Another spoke of oak-hearted men who feared neither storm nor silence. A third sang of fire-bearers, likely a metaphor for warriors or blacksmiths. Not one of them used Viking like we do. And maybe that's the point. We like neat labels. They didn't. Or perhaps they didn't need them. Their stories survived anyway, not because they called themselves Vikings, but because someone remembered what they did. Someone whispered their name, etched their legacy into stone, passed down a saga by firelight. And now, you've heard a little of it too. The flicker of firelight changes tone now. Less clashing steel. More murmured verses and tapping rhythms. You're about to meet a Viking you probably haven't pictured before, one who carried rhyme instead of a shield, and shaped memory not with conquest, but with poetry. You settle beside a low wooden bench, where a man sits, his fingers twitching with the cadence of a story he's about to tell. His voice isn't booming, it's deliberate paced, practiced, and instead of a weapon, he holds words. This is a skald, a Viking poet. Yes, they had those. In a world often remembered for raids and axes, the skalds are the quiet miracle memory keepers, oath recorders, verbal architects of honor and shame. These weren't just bards. They were a fusion of historian, publicist, and PR manager for the Norse elite. If you did something impressive, like survive a berserker fight, or build a ship big enough to carry horses, you didn't truly succeed until a skald turned it into a poem. Their verses weren't for casual listening. Skaldic poetry was dense, full of metaphor, and notoriously difficult to compose. These were tongue-twisting riddles, stuffed with Kenning's imaginative compound expressions, like whale road for sea or battle snake for sword. A simple statement, like he sailed across the sea, might become the war-famed breaker of rings drove his dragon ship over the Swan Road, and people loved it. Skalds performed at courts, feasts, and funerals. They preserved lineages and legal decisions. A good poem could immortalize a deed or damn it. A clever verse could win you favor or keep your enemies cautious. In some rare cases, poetry even served as a weapon. There are tales of insults, so cutting, so cleverly phrased that they sparked blood feuds. One of the most legendary skalds was Egil Skallagrimsson, a warrior poet outlaw and all-around chaotic energy of the 10th century. His life reads like a Norse rock opera. He killed a boy at age 7, fought in multiple battles, and was exiled more than once. But he was also a brilliant poet. Once, when captured by a king who planned to execute him at dawn, Egil composed a flawless praise poem overnight. So moved was the king by its beauty and boldness, he spared Egil's life. That's right. He rhymed his way out of death. Skaldic poetry wasn't just entertainment. It was the cultural glue of a mostly oral society. Before books and newspapers, before digital archives and stone monuments, there were poems. And these poems carried everything: laws, events, jokes, genealogies, insults, even weather reports. They were passed on, memorized, reshaped, and performed again and again. Unlike the flowing sagas written later in Iceland, skaldic verse followed strict rules. It was more mathematical than melodic, and learning to compose, it was a serious commitment. Apprentices trained for years. Some poems survive today only because someone scribbled them down centuries later on fragile vellum. You might imagine a Viking campfire as all howling warriors and drunken cheers. But nestled among them, someone was listening, turning moments into memory. And when the winter storms howled, it was often the skald who told the story of last year's voyage, or the chieftain's wedding, or the unlucky duel on the frozen river. There's even evidence that women composed and performed verse, though fewer examples survive. One poem attributed to a female skald describes a journey by sea and the joy of returning home. It's quieter than Eagle's odes of blood and fury, but no less beautiful. Some historians argue that skaldic poetry was deliberately obscure to keep it sacred. Only those who understood the references could appreciate its full meaning. Others think it was simply fashionable to be complicated, like using 7 fonts on one wedding invitation. What's clear is this poetry mattered. It shaped reputations. It echoed across generations. It could build peace or stir vengeance. And so in the Viking world, a sharp tongue might be just as dangerous as a sharp blade. Not everyone could lift a sword, but with the right words, you could leave a scar. We shift again, now away from cold steel and fire-lit verse to the warm scent of baking bread, the tang of fermenting berries, and the quiet clink of pottery. Tonight, you'll step into a Viking kitchen and discover a side of their world that's far more flavorful and surprisingly refined than legend suggests. You might think a Viking diet consisted entirely of salted fish, stale bread, and whatever could be foraged between raids. It's easy to picture a rough campfire meal, meat hunks stabbed on sticks, growling warriors chewing through the gristle. But the truth is, their meals were often more elegant, more thoughtful, and more influenced by distant trade than we usually imagine. Let's start in a longhouse kitchen dirt floor, smoke curling up through a hole in the roof. A large hearth sits at the center. Around it, clay pots, bubbling with stews, baskets of root vegetables, small leather pouches full of spices and herbs. This isn't chaos, it's craft. The Norse diet was incredibly regional and seasonal. Along coastal areas, fish was abundant cod, herring, and salmon often dried or smoked for storage. Inland communities relied more on cattle pigs, sheep, and goats. Milk, cheese, and butter were essential not just for daily nutrition, but as trade goods. And then there's the bread. Vikings made flatbreads and barley loaves using hand-ground flour. Their grains included barley, rye, oats, and in wealthier areas, even wheat. Some breads were cooked on stones or iron griddles, others in clay ovens. A popular method involved baking loaves under an overturned pot, creating a makeshift oven and a perfectly toasted crust. But here's the surprise: the Viking pantry also held flavors you might not expect. Archaeological digs have uncovered remnants of coriander, mustard seed, and even imported spices like cumin and black pepper. Some of these made their way into Norse hands via trade routes that stretched through Eastern Europe and into the Middle East. Along with those spices came figs, walnuts, dried apples, and even honey-soaked sweets. Their drinks weren't just mead and ale either. While those were staples, especially during feasts, Vikings also brewed fruit wines and experimented with herbal infusions. Mead in particular could be richly flavored with juniper bog myrtle or heather. And unlike the image of endless drunken revelry, daily drink was often mild in alcohol, more nourishing than intoxicating. Now about vegetables. Yes, they ate them. Quite a few, in fact. Leeks, onions, cabbages, turnips, and beans were all grown in garden plots. Wild greens like sorrel and nettles filled in the seasonal gaps. Berries were foraged with enthusiasm. Bilberries, cloudberries, lingonberries, and strawberries. These weren't garnish. They were dessert, sometimes stirred into porridge or preserved in honey. Even Viking stews had subtlety. Meat was boiled with vegetables, and herbs often thickened with grains or flour. Some recipes included vinegar or whey to brighten the flavor. A well-fed Viking household could create hearty, nuanced meals using techniques passed down through generations. And let's not forget dairy. Sour milk, fresh curds, and cultured butter formed a huge part of their culinary lives. They made skyr, a yogurt-like product that still exists in Iceland today, and stored it in large wooden tubs, sometimes adding berries or herbs. Were all meals this fancy? Of course not. Many were simple, just dried fish and barley gruel. Hunger was real, especially in harsh winters. But when resources allowed, Vikings embraced culinary variety. Food wasn't just survival, it was social, spiritual, even strategic. Feasts weren't just about filling stomachs. They were about forging alliances, honoring gods, and showcasing wealth. Historians still debate the full extent of Viking trade networks and whether some luxury foods were widespread or reserved for the elite. But every new dig, every scrap of carbonized bread or broken pottery adds color to the picture. And that picture, it's not black and white salted cod. It's a full palette, the golden hue of honey, the deep red of cloudberries, the warm brown of toasted barley. So the next time someone describes Vikings as brutish eaters, remember the fermented sauces, the careful herb blends the spiced mead brewed in a carved wooden vat. Remember the quiet cook stirring a pot, tasting it, and adding just one more pinch of crushed coriander. And maybe, just maybe, imagine them licking the spoon. We drift back now from foreign markets and golden cities into something closer to home. It's not a battlefield, not a longhouse feast. It's something far more ordinary and yet oddly revolutionary. For its time, a wooden comb, a clean tunic, and the scent of soap roots steeped in warm water. Grimy barbarians. Dirty, shaggy, reeking of sweat and smoke, that's the image that stuck. Blame medieval monks who wrote Viking invaders as coarse and uncivilized. Blame Hollywood, which leaned into the filth for dramatic flair. But the archaeological record says something else entirely. Vikings were remarkably clean. You wouldn't expect it. They lived in muddy villages, traveled in cramped ships, and wintered in places without stone baths or tiled sanitation systems. And yet across Viking Age sites, from Denmark to Dublin, one item shows up again and again in burials and settlements: the comb. Simple, carved from bone antler or wood Viking combs are found in such abundance that archaeologists often joke they were more common than weapons. These combs were sturdy, beautifully notched, sometimes ornamented, and built to last. Some even came with matching cases or were worn on belts, like prestige tools. Why the obsession with combs? Because hair mattered. Appearance mattered. The Norse didn't just clean themselves, they groomed. They plucked stray eyebrow hairs with iron tweezers. They trimmed beards with small shears. Some even used ear picks made of delicate bronze. And they bathed regularly, at least once a week, in fact. The Old Norse word for Saturday lagerdagur literally means washing day. It's related to the Swedish lördag and the German samstag from Latin sabbatum, but in the Norse tradition, Saturday was devoted to the bath. Families would heat water over a hearth, pour it into a large wooden tub, and scrub down with linen cloths or moss. Soap was made from animal fat and ash, sometimes mixed with fragrant herbs like thyme or juniper. In towns like Hedeby, Dublin, and York Viking settlements with dense populations, communal bathhouses may have existed. Written accounts by outsiders, including the Arab traveler Ahmad ibn Fadlan, described Norse men washing their faces and combing their hair each morning with ritual precision. Ibn Fadlan was simultaneously impressed and repelled. He praised their cleanliness, especially compared to the people of the steppes, but also found some of their customs strange. He described shared water bowls passed between men in sequence, each washing in turn. To him, it seemed unhygienic. To them, it was orderly. Cleanliness was partly practical. Lice were a constant threat, especially in winter, but it was also cultural. Well-groomed hair-trimmed beards and neat clothing signaled strength, status, and even readiness for battle. Warriors didn't want to die messy. If slain, they hoped to enter Valhalla with clean fingernails. Women, too, took great care in their appearance. Grave finds show bone-handled tweezers, combs, and cosmetics kits. Amber beads and decorative pins fastened their clothes, often arranged symmetrically. Linen underdresses were prized for their softness. Wool overdresses came in rich dyes: madder red, woad blue, walnut brown. A merchant's wife might have used imported frankincense or lavender oil on her hair. A farmer's daughter might have steeped soapwort roots for a gentler wash. Hair was worn long braided and carefully arranged. Head coverings varied by region and marital status, but hygiene stayed constant. Even their burial customs reflected this. Bodies were often dressed neatly, sometimes with combs tucked into their belts or bags. It wasn't vanity, it was preparation. For the afterlife, for judgment, for whatever came next. Historians still argue about how widespread these habits were. Were country folk just as tidy as town dwellers? Did everyone get Saturday baths? Or just the wealthy? Did combs serve ritual purposes as well as cosmetic ones? But one thing is clear. The stereotype of the dirty Viking is, well, historically messy. Cleanliness was a kind of honor, a ritual, a shield of civility worn in an often uncivil world, and in a culture that valued self-presentation. Whether on the battlefield or the bench at a thing, being clean was part of being respected. So next time someone pictures a Viking as greasy and grunting, hand them a comb. Better yet, tell them it was probably carved from reindeer antler and might have outlasted most kingdoms. From soap-scented hearths and comb-carved elegance, we now step into something quieter, older, something that hums just beneath the surface of daily life. Not war, not politics, but belief. A world where trees whisper secrets, runes carry fate, and the gods walk barefoot and dream. It begins with a stone. You find it in the field, half buried, its surface carved with lines that twist like roots or rivers. Not letters, at least not like the ones you know. These are runes. And to the Vikings, they weren't just writing. They were power. The Viking world was soaked in meaning. Every tool, tree, shadow, or storm could be part of something deeper, something woven by the Norns, the three spinners of fate. Unlike later Christian texts that leaned toward doctrine and hierarchy, Norse belief was fluid, poetic, and deeply woven into the land. The gods didn't rule from afar. They walked among mortals, made mistakes, and got tricked by dwarves. And people. People lived in a constant dance with those forces, using ritual to make sense of the chaos. At the center of this belief system stood Yggdrasil, the world tree. It held 9 realms in its branches, and its roots drank from deep wells of wisdom, frost, and death. People left offerings near sacred trees, and wells whispering requests to the spirits that lived just outside sight. No one god controlled all things. Instead, balance had to be struck between order and wildness, honor and deceit, fate and choice. Daily rituals reflected this worldview. A farmer might sprinkle beer on the soil to bless a harvest. A shipbuilder could carve runes into the keel for safe passage. Even a simple act, like tying a red thread around a wrist, might be protection against misfortune. Magic wasn't reserved for shamans. It was every day. There were seeresses too, volur women who traveled between settlements offering prophecy, healing, and ritual knowledge. Draped in cloaks, carrying staffs, they were treated with awe and caution. Their words might shift a chieftain's decision or inspire an entire village to prepare for war or peace. And the runes, they were everywhere. Carved into sword hilts, etched into combs written on stones, meant to last 1,000 years. The runic alphabet Futhark was more than a means of recording names or deeds. Each symbol had layers, phonetic, symbolic, even magical. Some were bound into Galder spoken charms, meant to protect, confuse, or bless. One rune might mean journey, another strength, another joy in hardship. Combined, they told stories deeper than ink could hold. Sometimes these stories were written in secret places, on the bottom of bowls, inside burial chambers, or even under floorboards. Protection, guidance, memory. Vikings didn't build grand temples, not usually. Instead, belief was stitched into daily life, into wood grain weather and whispered songs. At a thing where laws were passed and disputes settled, oaths were sworn not just before witnesses, but before the gods themselves. To break one wasn't just dishonor, it was cosmic imbalance. And sacrifices, yes, they happened, but not always violently. A silver brooch tossed into a lake, a woven cloth left at a spring, a carved horse figurine buried beneath a threshold. These weren't displays of brutality. They were conversations, acts of trust between mortal and divine. Christian scribes often painted Norse religion as wild, dark, and disorderly. They saw the multiple gods, the rituals, the masks, and drums, and recoiled. But to the Norse, it was orderly in its own way, a map drawn in mist, a logic held together by myth, blood, and memory. Historians still debate just how widespread or uniform these practices were. Some think most belief was localized spirits of place more than gods of pantheon. Others argue for deeper ritual structures shared across regions. And then there's the problem of the sources. Most surviving records were written down after Christianization. But the runestones remain. The grave goods, the amulets worn close to the heart, and they whisper. So next time you see a knotwork tattoo or a stylized rune on a hoodie, remember that symbol once lived in a world where people sang to the wind, asked the sun for luck, and believed that destiny was a line written not in stars, but in stone. As we move deeper into this quiet saga, the echoes of gods and magic soften, replaced by another kind of ritual. One without smoke or chant, but with law, debate, and unexpected dignity. It's time to visit the thing of Viking assembly that may just be the oldest form of democracy you've never heard of. Imagine a hillside ringed by standing stones. The crowd is gathering cloaks, flapping in the breeze, horses tethered just beyond the clearing. Some carry weapons, others carry scrolls, but no one is here to raid or trade. They're here to talk, to argue, to rule. This is the thing, the governing assembly of Norse society. The word sounds simple, even silly now. But in its time, the thing was serious business. It was where laws were spoken, disputes settled, and decisions made, sometimes with civility, sometimes with shouting. And it wasn't reserved for nobles. Free men, and in rare cases, women had the right to attend, vote, and speak. Each region had its own thing, local, regional, and even national. The most famous, the Althing of Iceland, established in 930 AD, still in operation today, and considered the oldest continuous parliament in the world. Here's how it worked. Laws weren't written down at first. Instead, they were memorized, recited aloud by a law speaker who stood at the law rock and repeated entire codes from memory over several days. The law speaker was both judge and performer, wielding knowledge like a sword. He didn't make the laws, he remembered them, interpreted them, lived inside them. And when two people had a dispute, a boundary disagreement, a broken oath, a missing goat, they came to the thing to settle it. Witnesses were called, arguments made, compensation discussed. Physical punishment wasn't always the outcome. Often, the solution was vergild, a fine paid to make things right. Justice was measured not just in guilt, but in balance. Even the gods were called upon. Oaths sworn at the thing were binding before neighbors and deities. Break one, and you risked more than exile. You risked dishonor. And in Norse culture, that could be worse than death. Politics happened here too. Alliances formed, marriages arranged, news spread, new laws proposed and challenged. While chieftains held power, they were accountable to their assemblies. A leader who ignored the thing or abused his authority might find himself swiftly replaced. And yes, there was drama. Sagas are filled with tales of revenge plotted at the thing, of insults barely avoided, of debates that turned into duels. But even in those stories, the thing remains a central structure, proof that even warriors wanted order. They didn't just want to win, they wanted to be heard. What makes the thing so fascinating today is its resemblance to modern democratic principles. Open deliberation, consensus building, shared memory over imposed command. It wasn't perfect slaves. Women and foreigners had limited or no voice, but it planted seeds that would eventually grow into more inclusive systems. In some regions, women did participate. In Iceland, widows or powerful landowning women might attend and influence decisions, though rarely as official speakers. In Sweden and Norway, evidence is thinner, but there are hints that older women, especially those of high status, held informal sway. Historians still argue how much power the thing really had. Was it an equal assembly or a stage for elite performance? Were decisions truly communal or rubber-stamped by chieftains behind the scenes? What we do know is that the thing created space for debate, for justice, for story. It shaped identity. Being a free person in Norse society didn't just mean wielding a sword. It meant standing at the thing, listening, maybe speaking, and knowing you had a role to play. And when the meeting ended, when the judgments were passed and the feuds diffused, people returned home with new laws echoing in their ears, ready to recite them to their families, carve them into memory, and carry them into the next generation. So no, the Vikings weren't lawless marauders. They were citizens of a culture that believed in rhythm, responsibility, and the power of words spoken in a circle of equals. even if sometimes those words were followed by a duel. We leave the circle of laws behind now and enter the hush of a long winter evening. No feasting, no politics, just flickering lamplight, a woolen blanket, and the soft clatter of game pieces sliding across a wooden board. It's time to play, because Vikings, it turns out, love their games. It's snowing softly outside. The fjord is frozen. Smoke curls from the roof beams, and dinner has long since cooled. Inside the longhouse, it's quiet, but not silent. Two people sit facing each other across a table, eyes narrowed, voices low. One leans forward, moves a small carved piece, and grins. You've just walked into a match of Hnefatafl, the King's Game. It was one of the most popular board games in the Viking world, and also one of the oldest. The name means fist table, but don't worry, it's less violent than it sounds. Think of it as a Viking version of chess, with a few sharp twists. One player controls a king, and his defenders trying to escape the board's center. The other controls attackers trying to trap and capture the king. The gameplay is tense, strategic, and surprisingly complex. Vikings didn't play just to pass the time, they played to sharpen their minds. Tactics mattered. Every move could be a message, and if you won, you didn't just gloat. You earned respect. Carved game boards have been found all over the Viking world, from York to Uppsala to Greenland. Some were simple, scratched into wood or bone. Others were elaborate with decorated tiles, polished glass pieces, and grids laid into stone or horn. These weren't throwaway toys. They were heirlooms. Games filled the long winter months when farming paused and the sea turned too dangerous to sail. And they weren't limited to the elite. Farmers, warriors, children, everyone played. Sometimes the stakes were low, a handful of dried berries. Sometimes they were higher, bragging rights beer, or a favor ode. Besides Hnefatafl, there were dice games too. Viking dice were usually made of bone or antler, some loaded for luck, others perfectly balanced. Gambling existed often during feasts where ale flowed and tempers occasionally flared. But games weren't just for fun or profit. They reflected the Viking view of fate. Fate, after all, was central to Norse belief. And games, uncertain, tricky, sometimes cruel, mirrored that truth. You could plan everything and still lose, or make a foolish move, and somehow win. It wasn't about control. It was about how you faced uncertainty. In the Eddas, those poetic collections of Norse myth, the gods themselves play games. At the dawn of time, they sit in green fields, tossing golden discs and laughing. Even Odin, the All-Father, plays. The idea that divine beings played games speaks volumes. It suggests that play wasn't trivial. It was cosmic. Some sagas tell of warriors who refused to die until they finished their final match. Others tell of love declared over a shared board of grudges, settled or ignited by a single unfair throw. And then there are the board fragments, buried with the dead game pieces, placed carefully in graves as if to say, "Here. You might need this wherever you're going." Historians still debate the rules of Hnefatafl. Different regions had variations. Some played on smaller boards, some on larger. Some had special rules for corner squares or central tiles. The modern revival of the game is built partly on guesswork and partly on surviving texts. But one thing is clear: the game mattered. And more than that, it endured. Even as Christianity reshaped Viking lands and longhouses turned into stone churches, the games kept being played. They slipped into other cultures. They evolved, and their quiet spirit remained a way to think, to connect, and to pass long nights without drifting into despair. You can still play Hnefatafel today. There are online versions, handcrafted sets, even tournaments. But maybe the best way to experience it is simply to imagine those long winter evenings, the sound of snow falling, the glow of a tallow lamp, and the soft scrape of bone across wood. It's a game of kings. But more than that, it's a game of patience, memory, and the small joys of being clever when the world outside is cold and still. We've explored battles, board games, gods, and governance. But now we turn to something quieter, less dramatic perhaps, but more revealing. Not the chaos of a raid, but the peace that follows. Because long after the ships were docked and the swords set down, many Vikings simply stayed. You find yourself walking through a green valley. Sheep graze in the distance. Smoke curls from thatched roofs. A child runs past chasing a wooden hoop. Somewhere a hammer taps rhythmically against wood. This isn't a camp. It isn't a fortress. It's a village. And this is Viking life most of the time. We often think of Vikings as perpetual marauders, always on the move, always swinging axes and shouting into the wind. But the truth is, raiding was seasonal. Farming was permanent. For every story of conquest, there were dozens of quiet lives settling, building, planting, weaving, remembering. Many Norse settlers put down roots across Europe. In places like Normandy, Ireland, the Scottish Isles, and parts of eastern England, Viking communities blended into the landscape. They married locals, adopted languages, shaped legal systems, and slowly transitioned from outsiders to neighbors. Iceland perhaps offers the clearest example. Settled in the late 9th century by Norse farmers, it became a place of law and letters. Its settlers brought livestock building traditions, belief systems, and developed a society focused more on survival than conquest. There were no native people to fight, just wind, lava fields, and snow. And somehow they thrived. The sagas written there centuries later aren't just about heroism. They're often about inheritance disputes, family tensions, courtship, farming troubles, and one particularly stubborn seal. They show us that even in a harsh land, people still bickered over property lines and wrote poems about heartbreak. In Greenland, settlers lasted for hundreds of years. They raised cattle and sheep, built stone churches, and traded walrus ivory with Europe. Their life was difficult, but not nomadic. They built homes, held weddings, and buried their dead with quiet care. Even in England, after generations of warfare, Norse settlers integrated into Anglo-Saxon life. Towns like York became major Norse centers, complete with workshops, marketplaces, and streets lined with homes. The Jorvik of the Viking Age wasn't a fortress. It was a city. And what's perhaps most fascinating, many of these settlers stopped raiding altogether. It wasn't a moral shift, it was a practical one. Farming offered stability. Trade brought wealth. Raiding, while lucrative, was dangerous and unpredictable. Why risk your neck abroad when your pigs are finally fat and the weather's good for barley? Children born in these settlements grew up speaking mixed languages, Old Norse blending with Old English or Gaelic. They knew more about livestock than longships. And when they dreamed, it was probably less about Odin and more about rain that didn't ruin the hay. Historians still puzzle over how quickly Norse settlers adapted. Some suggest a cultural fluidity, an ability to absorb and blend traditions. Others point to economic motives. Raiding was a young man's game. Settling was for families. There's also a deeper truth. Here, being remembered as a warrior is dramatic. Being remembered as a farmer, quiet. But without those farmers, without their choices to stay, to plant, to repair, there would be no legacy. Archaeological digs reveal longhouses slowly reshaped into cottages, pagan burials gradually giving way to Christian crosses, trade weights buried beside children's toys, a sword once used in battle, now used to stir the fire. It's easy to glorify the violence of the Viking Age, but maybe the most radical act a Viking ever committed was staying put. So when you picture a Viking next, don't just see him at sea. See him with dirt under his nails, a child in his lap, a field behind him that needs fencing, and maybe just maybe a game board waiting by the hearth. The wind shifts now, not with the scent of iron or the smoke of cook fires, but something softer, something small and unexpected. Tonight, your path crosses not with a warrior, but with a whispering, purring shadow brought along for the journey. Because believe it or not, the Vikings brought cats to Ireland. You're walking through tall grass outside a Viking settlement. A child calls softly near the longhouse door. Something stirs beneath the cart, quick, silent, graceful. Out steps a cat striped alert and very much at home. It blinks at you, then vanishes. Vikings, like many ancient peoples, valued cats, but not in quite the same way we do today. To them, cats were practical, spiritual, and maybe even magical. And when Norse settlers sailed west to new lands, Scotland, Ireland, the Isle of Man, and beyond, they brought more than tools, timber, and sheep. They brought felines. Cats were superb pest control. Grain stores, textiles, and ship holds all attracted mice and rats. In a time before modern traps, cats were the answer. Light on their feet, excellent hunters, low maintenance, they were the perfect companion for a household that valued both cleanliness and resourcefulness. But there was more to it than that. In Norse mythology, cats held special meaning. The goddess Freya, deity of love, fertility, and a little bit of war, rode a chariot pulled by two giant cats. These weren't delicate lap cats. They were powerful, mystical creatures who obeyed only her. Farmers would sometimes leave offerings to cats in her name, hoping for fertile fields or safe childbirth. And while dogs were more associated with the battlefield or the hunt, cats were linked to the hearth, the home, and quiet power. In some parts of Scandinavia, a cat entering a house was seen as good luck. Killing one, very bad luck indeed. So it's no surprise that when Vikings settled new territories, cats came with them. In Ireland, genetic studies and ancient bones confirm this. Remains of domesticated cats found at Norse archaeological sites suggest the animals weren't just local strays, they were brought purposefully across the sea. Some show signs of careful burial hinting at respect. Others were simply woven into daily life. One old Irish poem describes a warrior and his cat named Pangur Ban. Though not directly tied to Norse mythology, the poem reflects a shared medieval affection for feline companions. Pangur hunts mice. The warrior writes poetry. Both the poet muses are masters of their quiet arts. That poem, written around the 9th century, may well have been inspired by a cultural moment when Norse and Irish worlds were already blending. And the cats, they wandered between both. Norse cats weren't the pampered fluff balls of modern life. They were lean, tough, keen-eyed. Their fur came in stripes, dappled grays, and ruddy browns. Some may have been traded or gifted. Others simply jumped aboard a longship and never looked back. In some Norse burials, small cat figurines or bone remains have been discovered alongside human graves, usually women's. It's unclear whether these were symbolic pets, spiritual guardians, or signs of status, but they weren't random. Some historians believe cats had a special connection to female power in Norse society. The association with Freya, the goddess, only strengthens this theory. Others argue that cats like combs, runes, and board games reflected domestic order, the realm of things that mattered quietly. And cats, of course, were excellent judges of character. That hasn't changed. Imagine it, a Viking homestead at dusk. The hearth glows. Children sleep. A woman stirs a pot, glancing toward the door. A pair of eyes gleam in the corner, waiting for a mouse to make a mistake. No one speaks. But the cat knows everything. So next time someone talks about Viking longships, or axes, or flame-lit raids, ask them this: did you know they also brought cats? And that maybe those cats were the ones who truly conquered Ireland. We step now into the hush that follows death, not the blaze of legend, but the earthy truth. No flaming ships on open seas, no fiery send-offs that crack the sky. Tonight, we gently sift through ashstone and mound to find out how Vikings really said goodbye. You've seen it before. The longship set ablaze, pushed from the shore flames, licking at the sky as it drifts into legend. It's a powerful image, cinematic, stirring, and deeply wrong. Because for most Vikings, death looked very different. Let's start with the numbers. Of the hundreds of Norse graves uncovered by archaeologists, almost none show evidence of a burning ship funeral. In fact, only a handful of burials involve boats at all, and even then, most stayed firmly on land. No flames, just silent soil and ritual. The Viking funeral ship is a myth born not from burial records, but from a mix of poetic license, medieval rumor, and Hollywood flair. It's true that ships mattered deeply to Norse culture. They represented power journey and connection to the divine. So yes, some people, usually elite chieftains or warriors, were buried in boats. But they were carefully laid in ships, on land, surrounded by offerings, and then buried under vast mounds. One famous example, the Oseberg ship burial in Norway. A magnificent oak ship placed under a great mound containing two women, surrounded by rich grave goods, textiles, carved sleighs, tools, and even a wagon. The ship wasn't burned. It was a vessel for the afterlife, anchored in earth, not fire. Other burials used simpler means. Cremation was common, particularly in earlier periods. The body would be burned on a pyre, then the ashes collected and placed into urns, or buried with offerings, sometimes inside stone circles or small mounds. These rituals varied by region, class, and local belief. Some graves included weapons, jewelry, or food. Others were more humble, just bone soil, and a quiet hope that the gods were watching. In Iceland, where timber was scarce and the ground difficult, burials were often shallow and pragmatic. But even the simplest graves carried meaning. Runestones were sometimes erected nearby, not as tombstones, but as commemorative markers. They told of deeds, names, kinship ties. Thorvald raised this stone for his brother, one might say. No dates, just memory. Burials weren't uniform because beliefs weren't either. Norse religion didn't have a single dogma. Some believed in Valhalla, the hall of the slain. Others hoped for Folkvanger, Freya's domain. Still others believed in hell, a quiet, neutral underworld, not a place of punishment, but simply the final resting realm. For children, for the elderly, for those who died of illness, death was usually gentler. There was no need for spectacle. What mattered was the rite, a clean shroud, a comb tucked into the belt, maybe a small carved amulet. Historians debate how widespread certain practices were. Were boat burials only for the elite, Did cremation signal religious belief or regional tradition? Why did some graves contain both pagan and Christian symbols? And what about the few strange graves, those where horses were buried with their riders, or where weapons were bent and broken? Some think those were magical precautions. Others believe they symbolize status. The truth, as always, is a patchwork. And then, of course, there's the myth itself, the burning ship drifting into night. It likely comes from a mix of poetic sagas and outside accounts. The Arab traveler, Ahmad ibn Fadlan, famously witnessed a Norse funeral along the Volga River, where a slave girl was sacrificed and a boat was burned. But that wasn't a typical Viking funeral. It was likely a highly ritualized send-off for a powerful leader among the Varangians, possibly influenced by steppe cultures. Still, the image stuck. It's beautiful after all. It feels right. But the quiet truth is just as powerful: a mother placing her son's cloak over his folded hands, a farmer carving a mark into stone, a friend burying a bone comb beside someone who always kept their hair neat. Death for the Vikings wasn't just about glory. It was about memory, about transition, about going home, whether by fire, earth, or sea. So if you picture a Viking funeral, don't look to the flames. Look to the soil, to the stones, to the hush of wind through grass over a forgotten mound. And know someone is remembered there. We return now to the edge, where worlds meet, not life and death this time, but old gods and new ones. Where runes mix with crosses and longhouses slowly give way to churches. Tonight you'll walk beside Vikings at a cultural crossroads and see how belief began to bend. But above it, etched faintly into stone, a Christian cross. Side by side, one old, one new, and between them, a question that echoed through generations: which God will guide you now? The Christianization of Viking lands wasn't a clean break. It was a slow blend, a careful negotiation, and in some cases, a grudging truce. It didn't happen all at once, and it didn't always happen peacefully. But it happened. At first, Christianity came with trade. Missionaries arrived quietly, preaching to chieftains and merchants in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Some were chased off. Others were tolerated, particularly if they brought gifts or useful alliances. A silver cross might travel in the same pouch as a pagan amulet. No conflict, just cautious coexistence. Then came conversion at the top. Kings and powerful jarls began adopting Christianity not always out of spiritual conviction, but strategy. It offered legitimacy in the eyes of Christian Europe. It brought access to new trading partners, political recognition, and even marriage opportunities. When King Harald Bluetooth of Denmark famously Christianized his realm around 965 AD, he didn't burn the old temples. He built churches beside them, and the people they followed, sort of. Archaeological digs revealed just how blended belief became. Viking graves from the 10th and 11th centuries often contained Christian symbols, cross pendants, burial orientations facing east, but alongside unmistakably pagan elements: Thor's hammers, grave goods, animal bones. This wasn't heresy. It was hedging bets. After all, if you'd grown up whispering to tree spirits, pouring mead for the dead, and trusting the Norns with your fate, how quickly could you replace that with one single god? In some places, the old gods lingered in folklore. Stories shifted. Odin became a wandering wise man. Trolls replaced giants. Runes became decorative rather than divine. Freyja's cats, well, they never left. In Iceland, the process was surprisingly diplomatic. Around the year 1000 AD, faced with growing tension between pagan and Christian factions, the Althing made a decision, Christianity would become the official religion, but people could still practice the old ways in private. It was a legal compromise and a cultural masterstroke. But conversion wasn't always peaceful. In Norway, King Olaf Tryggvason enforced Christianity with fire and steel. Pagan temples were destroyed. Priests replaced seeresses. Stubborn chieftains were encouraged to convert, sometimes under duress, sometimes at sword point. And yet, even in these moments of conflict, the blending continued. Churches were built atop sacred groves. Priests adapted local customs. Saint Olaf himself, once a violent king, was later sanctified, becoming a figure of Christian devotion and national pride. Historians still debate how deep the conversions went. Did most people truly embrace Christian theology, or simply add a new layer to their old beliefs? Were crosses worn for faith fashion or social survival? The evidence is ambiguous. Some scholars argue that Christianization in Scandinavia was more about community alignment than personal conviction. Others believe the shift was spiritual, sincere, and deeply transformative. But almost all agree it wasn't a clean break. It was a slow unfolding. A woman lighting a candle for Jesus, but still burying herbs under her doorstep. A child reciting the Lord's Prayer, then asking for Thor's protection before a journey. A stone engraved with runes, and a crucifix meant to cover all divine bases. And in this blending, something unique was born. Not a pure Christianity, not a lingering paganism, but a hybrid culture, rich, layered, and beautifully human. You can still feel it in old churches across Scandinavia, where dragon motifs curl above wooden altars. In place, names that recall gods long gone. In folk songs that slip Christian saints into pagan melodies. The Vikings didn't lose their identity when they met the cross. They reshaped it, wove it into something new. Not a rejection, a remix. And maybe in the quiet between prayers, someone still whispered to the wind just in case. Now gently, we return to where we began, not with horns, or fire, or conquest, but with quiet evidence. Bone combs in the soil, a bent sword in a forgotten grave, a child's carved toy washed up from the mud. This final step is not a grand finale, but a gentle remembering. You crouch in a field, brushing dirt away from something small. It's not gold, not a weapon, just a fragment, a bead smooth, an amber once strung around someone's neck. It shouldn't have survived. And yet here it is. That's how the real Vikings come back to us, not in thunder, but in fragments. For centuries, we misunderstood them, painted them with fire and fury, gave them horned helmets, endless raids, and wild eyes. We turned them into symbols of masculinity, of nationalism, of chaos. But the truth is, softer, stranger, and far more human. Today, archaeology does what the old poems couldn't. It lifts truth from the dirt. In York, the Jorvik excavation revealed wooden shoes, bowls, silk threads, and yes, those ever-present combs. In Dublin, we found Norse street layouts still guiding the modern city. In Sweden, a woman's grave included weapons sparking debate about her role. Warrior ritual. Something else. In Denmark, DNA studies now challenge the idea of the pure Viking. Turns out, they were genetically diverse traders. Travelers sometimes born far from Scandinavia. Some graves contain bones from the British Isles, the Baltic, even the Middle East. The Viking world was never closed. It was open, complicated, and fluid. And yet, the myths persist. Pop culture still gives us Vikings as brutes yelling, looting, charging into stormy seas. And sure, those moments existed, but they were moments, not the whole. So what do we get wrong? We think they were always violent, but many built towns, raised sheep. made cheese. We think they were all men, but women ran farms, wrote poetry, guided ships. We think they vanished, but their legacy is still alive in language law, place names, and yes, in us. There's a rune stone near Uppsala that simply says, Gunnar raised this stone in memory of Björn, his brother. He died in the east, in the retinue. No fire, no fury, just a brother remembering a brother. And that's what this whole journey has been about. Not just facts, but memory, quiet correction, a gentle unmything. Because the Vikings were not who we thought. They were more. They sang. They traded. They raised cats. They played games. They buried their dead with care and bathed more than most of medieval Europe. They believed in fate, but also in choice. And they left traces that still catch the light even now. So as we close the long thread of this tale, take a moment to imagine them, not the ones in movies, but the ones in earth and ash. The ones who smiled over stew-carved runes into wood and tucked toys into graves with love. Remember that even the loudest stories begin in whispers, and sometimes they end in silence. A kingdom not ruled by kings, nor guarded by warriors, but one that smelled like damp earth and sour milk. One where the walls weren't stone, but stacked turf and woven reeds. And the ruler, she wore no crown, just an apron stiff with flour and the weight of 100 tiny decisions. What happened when Viking men sailed away wasn't just silence or waiting. It was work. And maybe something like power. It starts with the sound of boots on wet straw. You're standing in a doorway, your doorway. The sun's still low, spilling slanted light across the uneven yard. The sheep are already awake. One's bleeding. One's gotten out again. You sigh, tie the apron higher around your waist, and begin your daily reign. You are a Viking woman, not a queen, not a warrior. But if someone looked closer, really looked, they might see something royal in the way you rule your farmstead. The longhouse behind you is quiet. The children are still under their furs, snoring like little bears. The men are gone, their longship just a carved memory disappearing over the fjord. They're chasing silver glory and maybe a half-decent death. But you're not waiting. You're working. You know when the cows begin to calve and when the barley needs sowing. You don't need a calendar. You have the sky, the scent of thawing earth, the rhythm of hooves. Every year the same dance. Every year your feet know the steps. There's no mystery to your power. It's muscle and memory. The iron ladle you wield over stew and discipline alike. The grain chest that you manage watching it rise and fall like a tide. The keys, yes, literal keys, that hang from your belt. They're heavy not just with iron, but with meaning. In Viking households, those keys weren't mere tools, they were symbols of authority. The woman who wore them managed the household's stores locks, and sometimes even lives. And if someone questioned your right to lead, they'd get the ladle. Let's not pretend it was all noble. Sometimes the goats got loose and chewed up the weaving. Sometimes the pigs ate each other. Sometimes the snow fell in May and the rye failed. There were days when your fingers cracked from cold and churned butter splattered your apron like battle wounds. But this land was yours to lose or win. That's the strange truth of Viking life that few sagas mention. When the ships left, the farms didn't collapse, they shifted. Power moved sideways. It didn't vanish. It changed hands. And sometimes it stayed there. You see, the saga heroes get the poems. The women, they get the balance sheet. And if you open one of those ancient account ledgers, scrawled with charcoal, tucked behind a beam, you might find a record of someone like you. How much fish was dried and packed? How many geese were plucked? Who came begging and who got turned away? Who borrowed a spindle and never returned it? The list is endless. Historians argue whether women truly held control or merely kept things warm for their husband's return. But even those who doubt can't ignore the artifacts: carved loom weights, bread ovens, storage pits, all precisely organized. This wasn't chaos. This was command. Your domain wasn't just land. It was rhythm. The endless pulse of chores that became rituals. The prayer baked into bread. The strategy hidden in harvest timing. And if you were smart, and you didn't just survive. You schemed. Some women waited years for husbands who never returned. Others remarried, inherited, expanded their property. Some used marriage like a chessboard, moving pieces until the farm doubled in size. There's one account of a woman in Hedeby whose estate outgrew her husband's, and she refused to hand it back when he returned. Iron ladle still in hand, she told him to try and take it. You glance at your flock now. They're grazing peacefully. You can already smell the damp wool and hear the clink of the milk pail. There's a cracked egg in your apron pocket. One of the hens got nervous again. You'll fry it later. You're not waiting for a saga. You're too busy running an empire. And the hearth, that's your throne. A light drizzle begins to fall, tapping gently on the wooden roof. Somewhere nearby, the bleating of sheep turns into a clamor of trade. Not shouting, but bargaining. A different sort of power hums through your home now. Not in weapons, but in weights, ledgers, and coin that never clinks too loud. Because if you listen carefully, you'll hear the sounds of silver multiplying. The first thing you notice is the chest. It's not decorative. It's not ceremonial. It's squat, heavy, and ugly, reinforced with iron brackets, sealed with a bone pin, and buried beneath a bearskin in the darkest part of the house. And inside, silver. Small pieces, hoarded coins, hack silver, maybe some amber beads tucked in a wool pouch. And a ledger, not parchment, but scraps of notched wood. A language only you understand. Because here in your quiet empire, silver doesn't sleep. It turns into goats, into combs, into flax and linen, into saltfish you can trade 2 valleys over. You are a businesswoman, not in name, but in fact. While the men chase plunder across the sea, you balance accounts with a sharper eye. Every jar of honey, every hide tanned, every wool tunic traded across the fjord. These are your earnings, your savings, your reputation. When your husband left, he may have brought a sword, but when he comes home, he'll ask you how much you made from the ewes. Viking women weren't just placeholders, they were partners. Silent maybe, but with influence braided into daily life. You'd be surprised how many foreign traders preferred to speak with the wife. She knew the value of dyed thread, of salted meat, of good gossip, especially gossip, because information, just like silver, moves markets. There's a reason medieval Arabic writers describing Norse trade settlements like Hedeby and Burka note the surprising number of women involved in economic affairs. It wasn't scandalous, it was expected. You pace through your storeroom, now running your fingers over barrels of butter sealed with wax. Each item is counted, cataloged, promised to someone. That fine gray wool going to a cousin near Ribe. The beeswax candles, promised in return for new needles. Even the dried herbs, worth a few copper bits to that herbalist with the crooked smile. And while all this moves, so do you. You're no stranger to travel. When goods must be escorted, you go. Wrapped in a heavy cloak, brooches gleaming like quiet shields, you walk alongside the cart as it creaks over bog and frost. You know every trader's path, every seasonal fare, every barter trick. You've even mastered the look, calm, unreadable. The look that says, I know what this is worth. Do you historians still argue whether women in Viking societies had full autonomy in trade or if they worked within male networks? But archaeological evidence keeps tipping the scale female graves filled with scales weights and keys, coin hoards buried in female-occupied homesteads, and sagas where wives keep the books while their husbands spill blood. It's not glamorous, but it's powerful. You pull open the chest again, adjusting the contents. A cracked silver pendant glints in the shadows. You remember when you traded for it 6 bolts of linen and a kiss on the cheek from a flirtatious trader. He smelled like seaweed and opportunity. But you didn't buy the pendant for love. You bought it for leverage. You plan to gift it to the widow. Down the road she owns half the grazing land you need for next spring. No war required, just foresight and silver. Because here's the quiet truth sagas ignore. Viking wealth wasn't built on raids alone. It was maintained at home, through meticulous books, through silent haggles, through a mind like yours. The fire crackles behind you. A small child giggles nearby your youngest. She's playing merchant with scraps of old cloth and carved wood coins. You smile, give her a few years. She'll be balancing accounts before her hair reaches her shoulders. And when someone says Vikings were just raiders, you'll know the truth. They were raiders, with really clever wives. The loom stands tall, creaking like a ship's mast. A rhythmic thump echoes with each pass of the shuttle. It's not noise, it's signal, of status skill and silent command. You don't wear your worth on your sleeve. You weave it into one. The wool was sheared in spring, washed in icy water, and combed until it whispered like wind through moss. Now it wraps around your fingers as you spin tight, even and fine. Like breath, turned to thread. Textile work in your world isn't just a chore, it's a craft, a hierarchy, a language of its own. And for Viking women like you, it's where fingers become status symbols. Spinning starts at the spindle. You balance it perfectly between 2 fingers, letting it whirl like a patient storm. Each twist tames the wool. Each thread you make is a decision tight, for strength. Loose for softness, twisted for shine. Not all thread is equal. Not all cloth is quiet. You don't just make fabric, you make identity. What color you wear says who you are. The richer the dye, the louder the statement. Saffron yellows, madder reds, woad blues. Those don't come cheap. Each requires skill time and access to traders with dusty satchels and dyed fingers. But your hands, too, tell stories. Calloused at the palms, smudged with indigo, scarred from shears. Historians used to dismiss Viking textiles as simple. But that was before they looked closer, before they found burial shrouds, woven with intricate patterns, cloaks lined with decorative bands, and tablet-woven belts that took weeks to produce. These weren't peasants in potato sacks. These were women dressed like whispered queens. And when your husband returns from raiding, what does he bring home? Perhaps silver. Perhaps a scrap of silk from the east. And who turns it into something useful, beautiful, powerful? You do. Weaving isn't just domestic, it's public. At feasts, at markets on travel, your family wears what you made. Cloaks with embroidered edges. Mittens with patterns only your village uses. A woolen cap with tiny knots that mark your bloodline. Your cloth becomes signature boundary pride. In Icelandic sagas, women often gift textiles as tokens of affection or defiance. A woman weaving her displeasure might leave deliberate flaws in the fabric, or weave a secret message only a trained eye would see. You learn to read the cloth the way some read runes. You even know the tale of a woman who refused marriage by presenting her suitor with a cloak too short to fit. No words, just fabric and fury. Historians still argue whether Viking women were the sole weavers, or if enslaved labor did most of the work. But the graves say this elite women were buried with their tools. Loom weights, combs, even dyed thread. These weren't tools of mere labor. They were badges of a life well crafted. You lean back now, brush a bit of lint from your dress, and examine your latest work. A soft blanket, tight-stitched, the kind that holds in the warmth during deep fjord winters. You're proud of it. It will last. Maybe outlast you. There's power in that. Tomorrow someone will sleep under this blanket, or barter it for grain, or carry it on a journey far away, but they'll never forget who made it. And neither will you. The wind has changed. It's cooler now, and carries the scent of mugwort and wood smoke. A soft chanting rises from a hut not far from the edge of the village. You don't knock. You enter. Because in this place, the strongest power doesn't always come from swords. It comes from knowing where to press your hands. You never asked to become the village's wise woman. It just happened like mist over a river, or moss growing into your doorstep. Maybe it started when you boiled willow bark to ease your husband's pain. Maybe when you helped a neighbor deliver her baby by moonlight. Or maybe when the old healer died and people just began turning to you instead. Either way, your home smells different now. Stronger, like herbs drying in bundles, like root mash simmering low and bitter, like secrets. You don't wear bright cloaks or metal rings. Instead, you carry a pouch of strange tools, antler needles, bone tweezers, bits of crystal, and folded scraps of vellum with faded drawings. You're not a seer, not exactly. Not a midwife only. Not a witch, though some whisper it when they think you're not listening. You are a keeper of balances, of bodies, of spirit. Your neighbors come for different things. A bruise that won't fade, a fever that won't break, a worry that won't go away. You give them infusions, salves, sometimes only silence, and a warm hand. You whisper prayers to Freya or air, not loudly, not ritually, but in the way your grandmother taught you, under your breath, while stirring. Historians debate the extent of female spiritual roles in Viking culture, but the sources are suggestive. There are stories of Völur, wandering priestesses, or seeresses, who arrived with staffs, sat on raised platforms, and entered trance to speak of fates. These women were honored and feared, often surrounded by ritual. And yes, sometimes feared enough to be driven out or buried strangely. Some scholars claim the Völur were outsiders. Others insist they were pillars of the community. But the grave goods don't lie. Staffs carved with serpent shapes, pouches with henbane seeds, metal charms shaped like hammers, and moon shapes. In other words, respected. You remember a winter 2 years ago when a child went still in the womb. You were called in the middle of a snowstorm. By the time you arrived, the room was full of panic and steam. You said nothing at first. Just lit a lamp, warmed your hands, and began. And when the baby cried at dawn, the mother sobbed with joy, and then turned to you, kissed your fingers, and whispered, "You came back from the gods." You didn't, but it felt like it. Your healing is half knowledge, half intuition. Birch bark for infection, moss ash for wounds, wild chamomile for nervous mothers, a rabbit's foot tied in wool, not because it cures, but because it comforts. People believe. And belief you've learned can be stronger than medicine. Not every remedy works. Some fail. Some make things worse. You carry those too quietly inside you, like stones in your apron. There are nights when you sit by your fire, sipping bitter tea, thinking of what you know and what you'll never know. And you wonder, what will they remember you for the life you saved, or the ones you stayed beside until the end? But you don't stay in memory. You stay in motion. The sick need tending. The herbs need drying. A girl down the path has started her moon blood for the first time. You'll go to her with cloth, a smile, and a story. Because being healer, priestess, midwife, these aren't separate jobs. They're just one role, the one who's called when something begins or something ends. And in this village, that's you. The grave lies deeper than expected, not just in soil, but in meaning. You feel it in the way others step back, let silence fall. They say it was just a burial. You see the threadwork, the tools, the ship-shaped shadow, and you wonder, who was she really? They carried her body at dawn, not like cargo, not like burden, but like offering. No one said much. The wind spoke louder than the mourners. It was cold, but not unkind. The kind of cold that lets grief settle, not crack. Her grave had already been dug, not a simple pit, but shaped long and narrow, with stones arranged like ribs. And in her hands, a spindle whorl, a bronze needle, a comb, carved with a horse's head. Tools of her trade, yes, but more than that, markers of who she was, what she ruled, what she left behind. You watch quiet, not because you're afraid, but because something about this woman's burial feels different. She wasn't royalty. She wasn't a warrior. And yet she's being sent off like one. Across the Norse world, burial customs varied. A poor farmer might be laid in a simple mound with a wooden bowl and maybe a bead. A chieftain might get a full ship burial, his body laid across a deck, surrounded by weapons, slaves, animals, and a roaring funeral fire. But sometimes, just sometimes, a woman got the ship. Sometimes a woman was buried not with swords, but with silk. Not with armor, but with amulets. Her grave goods, distaffs, scales, seeds. A high seat even. A staff shaped like a twisted serpent. These were tools of mystery, of ritual, of something closer to sacred than domestic. Historians have debated graves like these for years. Was the woman a völva, a seeress with spiritual authority? Was she a wealthy merchant, a healer, a widow who controlled vast property? No one agrees. But one thing is certain, she was respected enough to be buried like a myth. You walk around the mound now. The soil has been packed, turf replaced. A single stone marks the head. There's no carving, just the impression of importance. And underneath, in the dark, lie things people might overlook: a broken brooch, its enamel still faintly green. A bundle of herbs now turned to dust. A cooking knife wrapped in linen. And a pouch of something that once glittered, maybe amber, maybe dreams. You've heard of the Oseberg burial, a ship tomb in Norway, holding two women, one older, one younger. Buried with tapestries, wagons, animal bones, and carved sleighs. No swords, no shields, just beauty and ritual, enough to make any historian stop and ask, were these women rulers, religious leaders, or something else entirely? No one buried unimportant people in ships. And yet here you are in a village too small for maps, watching as your own neighbor is honored not for war, but for weaving, not for conquest, but for care. You wonder if anyone will remember her loom work, her herb garden, the way she held a child while boiling nettle soup. You wonder if that's why they included the sewing needle, sharp, simple, ancient, a symbol of the life she stitched together. It's easy to forget that power doesn't always swing a sword. Sometimes it stirs a pot, or threads a needle, or whispers prayers into soil. As you walk back, you pass another grave, older sunken. No name, but a faint shimmer of beads still peeks through the moss. Another woman, another story. You realize the ground remembers even when people don't. And the ritual, the burial, the mound, the objects, it isn't about death. It's about memory and what kind of world someone helped shape. And some women, they shaped entire worlds without ever leaving the farm. A folded scrap of parchment, a line etched in runes, a name, then another. The words twist like smoke through time, half history, half confession. These aren't war records or royal decrees. These are love letters. And some still burn centuries later. You sit beside the hearth, thumbing a worn bit of vellum. It's been folded and unfolded so many times it feels like cloth. No one knows who wrote it, but the handwriting, a little too careful, a little too emotional. These aren't farming instructions, they're feelings. Viking love isn't all raids and arranged marriages. Sometimes it's messy, tender, jealous, bold, and sometimes rebellious. You've heard the old Icelandic sagas passed from voice to voice like warm secrets. Stories of passion, betrayal, long-distance devotion. Women writing to men they barely knew. Men chasing women across snow-covered fields. Husbands leaving and never returning. Lovers reunited after decades. Or never at all. One saga tells of a woman named Gudrun who married 4 times. 4. And each time love twisted in a different direction. Fury, sorrow, longing. Her tale reads like a Norse soap opera, but beneath the drama lies something deeper: agency, emotion, choice. Because even though arranged marriages were common alliances of land and silver, some Viking women resisted, fought, wrote their own vows, and sometimes wrote them down. Letters didn't survive often, but love poetry did. Skaldic verse, emotional, dense, strange. You find fragments where women praise a lover's hair, curse a rival's lies, plead with gods for a reunion, or more quietly describe a dream they had of someone's hand brushing theirs. Not all love was quiet. There are records of women eloping, women who defied their families. A farmer's daughter who fled with a shepherd across frozen rivers wrapped in wool, leaving only a comb behind. No war followed, just silence. And then years later, a child born with her eyes. Historians debate how common such romances were. Some say the sagas exaggerated. Others point to legal records, fines paid for broken engagements, legal arguments over dowries never returned. The law took love seriously, but the sagas took it even more seriously. And the best part, the women weren't passive. They cursed, they cried, they plotted. One woman Hallgrímr slaps her husband in public and sets off a chain of events that ends in blood. She is fierce, proud, and unapologetic. People still argue whether she was a villain or a victim. Maybe she was both. You look again at that scrap of vellum. The words are faded, but you can still read one line. You promised me spring, but winter came faster. Maybe it was metaphor, maybe not, but that ache, that longing wrapped in ink and breath, you know it. You've felt it. You've sat on a hillside staring at the fjord, wondering if he'd return, or if he even thought of you. And while the sheep grazed and your hands stitched, your mind wandered back to a glance, a laugh, a promise. Love didn't stop when the ships sailed. It drifted after them, clinging to cloaks and sword hilts. It whispered through linen and salted letters. And sometimes, just sometimes, it came home again. Not with trumpets, but with an arm around your waist and a whisper, "I never forgot you." A shadow crosses the threshold, not a visitor, but a warning. The farm is quiet, but not safe. Your hand doesn't reach for a sword. It reaches for the pitchfork, because when the men are gone, you don't hide. You stand. The chickens cluck nervously. The dogs growl low. The wind shifts in that way you recognize from childhood, not a breeze, but a breath. Something is coming. You step outside, pitchfork in hand. The children are already inside, tucked beneath wool blankets, eyes wide. You don't tell them to be brave. You don't need to, because they've seen you be brave, over and over. This isn't the first time strangers have come when the men are away. It's not even the worst time. That title belongs to the year of thin harvests, when hunger made neighbors into enemies. But still, you remember the story your mother told of the widow who fought off 20 raiders with only a pitchfork, a slop bucket, and a look that could freeze fjords. That wasn't a myth. That was a Tuesday. People often imagine Viking women as tucked behind walls while the men handled violence. But sometimes the walls were the front lines, and the women, the only line. A farm wasn't just a home, it was wealth. Livestock, stores, tools, people. If the longhouse was undefended, it was vulnerable. Raiders didn't care if a man or woman stood in their way. They just wanted the grain, and sometimes worse. So you learned. You learned to bar the door, to recognize the glint of steel too early in the morning. You kept the scalding water near the fire, not just for tea, but because it burns like fury when flung from a pot. You practiced with the pitchfork, not for crops, but for lungs. Even your clothing tells the story. Your heavy apron hides a blade sewn inside. A habit, just in case. And if it comes to it, you'll fight. Not because you want to, but because no one else will. Historians argue whether this was rare or routine. Most evidence is in saga stories where women defend homes with startling courage. One tale speaks of a woman who led a group of children and servants against armed invaders, outwitting them with traps and then negotiating their surrender. She wasn't praised. She was called dangerous. That's how you know she was real. You remember the last raid clearly. 3 men on horseback, faces half hidden, voices too casual. They asked for water. You gave them vinegar. They smiled. Then they tried to push past you. Only once. You raised your voice, not a scream, just a command, and your neighbors appeared. Not men, women, holding tools, torches, pans, and pride. The raiders left confused and bruised. One limped. You still have his belt buckle. That night, you drank beer with the others by firelight. Not celebrating violence, but relief. Solidarity. Power in numbers. No one made a speech. Just quiet laughter. The kind that says, "We did that. And maybe next time, we will again." Even your children understand. You teach them to recognize danger, not to fear it, but to outsmart it. You teach them that protection doesn't always come from strength. Sometimes it comes from certainty. From standing in a doorway and saying, "This is mine. You don't get to take it." And the hearth, it still burns. Because you defended it. A fire flickers low, and a young girl leans in close eyes, wide. She's heard the tale before, but wants it again, this time slower, with more detail. Was the shield maiden real? Did she really fight giants? Or just bad-tempered uncles? You smile. Truth and tale have always shared a bed. The sagas never begin with once upon a time. They start with bloodlines, with weather, with a name said 3 times. But somewhere in their long, winding scrolls of feuds and fathers, you'll always find her, the clever daughter, the sharp-tongued wife, the sword-wielding niece, sometimes defiant, sometimes doomed, always unforgettable. You know these women, not just from stories, but because you are them. Or rather, they are pieces of you. There's Brynhildr, fierce and fated, wrapped in mail and mystery. There's Hallgrdr, with her flowing hair and sharper tongue, blamed for a dozen deaths, yet still magnetic. There's Gudrun again, whose 4 husbands all met strange ends, leaving her with as many secrets as scars. Some say these characters were metaphors, others swear they were real. Either way, they live in the margins of Viking history, scratched into vellum, murmured in wool-draped rooms. But not every story is fire and vengeance. Some are soft rebellions, clever wives outwitting their husbands in land disputes, girls using riddles to escape marriages, grandmothers hiding fugitives beneath their kitchens, spinning stories faster than flax to keep them alive. Historians debate how literal these sagas were. Were shield maidens real? Or literary fantasy? Bones don't always speak clearly, but a grave in Birka, Sweden, once thought male turned out female, buried with weapons. A warrior's grave. No loom weights, no cooking tools, just sword axe and a game board, a fluke or proof. You tell your daughter another tale. This one about a young woman who tricked a raider into drinking a sleeping draught and carved runes on his boots while he snored, so he wandered in circles for 3 days. Did it happen? Maybe not. But it could have. And sometimes that's more powerful than fact, because stories shape memory. And in a culture where spoken word was the record, a woman didn't need to write history to be it. She just needed someone to listen. Tonight, your daughter listens. Tomorrow, she may remember. Someday, she'll tell it better. She asks, were there girl warriors really? You nod. There were women who fought, and women who made peace, and some who knew exactly when to do both. She seems satisfied. Then she asks the most Viking question of all. If I wanted to be in a saga, would I have to kill someone? You laugh. Only if they really deserved it. The village council meets in the low hall, thick with the smell of old wool and boiled meat. Around the fire, a space opens, not for a man, but for her. She enters alone. No husband, no brother. Just a folded cloak and a perfectly rehearsed argument. You might expect a Viking widow to fade like smoke, like sorrow, like yesterday's bread. But she doesn't. She walks taller, talks louder, and in some ways, she's freer than she's ever been. You should know. You are her. Your husband's gone dead, most likely. The sea took him, or a sword. Maybe both. His boots still rest by the door. His comb still sits near the hearth. But the space he left behind, it didn't collapse. It expanded. Because widowhood in Viking society wasn't always a tragedy. It could be a turning point. The law recognized it. In many Norse settlements, women could inherit land, livestock, tools, and trade contracts. Not always equal, but often surprising compared to their European contemporaries. If a woman had sons, she could hold the property until they came of age. If she didn't, she often kept it indefinitely. And in some regions, a widow could remarry whoever she pleased. No father's permission, no uncle's approval, just her word and a witness or two. You remember the first time you stood before the local thing, the legal assembly. Men murmured when they saw you step forward, but no one stopped you. You laid your case with clarity, a neighbor encroaching on your grazing land. You quoted boundaries, old agreements, the exact number of paces between the birch trees. You won. Not because you shouted, because you knew. There's a famous saga about a widow named the Deep-Minded. After her husband and son died, she didn't just grieve, she led. She gathered a fleet, sailed to Iceland, claimed land, distributed property, held feasts like a chieftain. When she died, she was buried in a ship alone, not as someone's wife, as someone in her own right. Historians debate how typical that was, but her story endured, and stories don't last unless someone wants them to. You walk your property line now, boots pressing into damp moss. Everything here, every fence post, every wool-clad sheep, every stone in your low garden wall belongs to you. Not borrowed, not gifted, not supervised. Owned. You've even started keeping a ledger, and you've noticed the young men in the village speak to you with a certain tone. Respect, hesitation, curiosity, as if you were something rare and possibly dangerous. You are, because you've survived grief and used it as a chisel, because you've taken the empty chair and filled it, because you've worn mourning black and then added a red sash when the time was right. There's a quiet power in no longer needing permission. And when people speak of you now, they don't say poor widow. They say ask her. She'll know. The air inside the house is still thick with herbs and damp wool. A low moan escapes from the far end of the room, followed by silence. Then another. Not a cry of pain, but of focus, of ritual. Because this is childbirth. And in Viking homes, it was done, without screaming. You kneel beside her now, one hand gripping hers, the other steady on her belly. The baby isn't late, just determined. The fire is low, the room dim. This is not chaos. This is control. This is the moment when life crosses over quietly. Childbirth in your world is a private storm, a sacred, brutal miracle. There's no hospital, no written charts, just memory instinct and the women who came before you, each passing down something not found in any saga. The phrase birth without screaming wasn't just poetic, it was cultural. Strength in this case was silence, or rather endurance. Dignity. A Viking woman was expected to bear children with the same composure as her husband wielded a sword. Different battles, same resolve. And yet this wasn't stoicism for its own sake. It was survival. You keep your voice low. You wipe her brow with wool soaked in meadow-sweet tea. You hum a song your mother once sang while delivering twins during a snowstorm. You check the bindings around her knees, linen warm and firm. You press down gently again. A ripple moves through her. The baby shifts. Some women don't survive this. You know that. You've seen it. Viking life, for all its iron and beauty, was unforgiving, especially for mothers. Burial mounds have revealed double graves, mother and child together, sometimes with a midwife's tools nearby, a comb, a knife, a belt, some with runes carved on bone prayers to Freya, or Frigg goddesses of love, birth, and fate. Historians debate how much ritual surrounded Viking births. There are few written records, but what little survives tells us midwives were respected, feared even. They knew secrets. They held lives. And sometimes they made choices no one else dared. You glance at the pot of herbs steaming in the corner, mugwort lady's mantle, crushed rose hips. Everything is warm. Everything is ready. There is no panic here, only motion. The child comes quietly, a slick weight in your arms, a pause, a breath, then a small cry, as delicate as rain, on peat. You wrap the baby in wool, lay it on the mother's chest. Her eyes shine, but she does not speak. She breathes deeply, like someone returning from far away. Later, when the fire burns higher and the broth is ready, the other women will come. They'll clean, stitch, sing. One might braid the mother's hair, slowly telling her she's strong. Another will mark the time, noting the moon's position, the wind's direction, just in case the child has dreams later. You leave the room, wiping your hands on your apron. There's blood under your nails, but your heart is calm. You've done this before, and you'll do it again. Because in a land of raids and axes and legends, there's no saga more sacred than a life brought into the world without screaming. The stone stands alone in the grass, tilted slightly to one side. Not large, not ornate, but someone carved it carefully, each rune cut with love, and something like defiance. It doesn't name a king or warrior. It says raised by a daughter. And just like that, the silence speaks. You trace the edge of the stone with your fingers. The grooves are shallow, but deliberate runic lines arranged like folded ribbon, spelling a name, a bond, a memory. No one's quite sure what it looked like the day it was made. Maybe it gleamed. Maybe it wept in sunlight. Now, it just waits. Runestones across Scandinavia stand like lonely storytellers. Some are tall and dramatic, others humble, half buried by moss. Most commemorate men, fathers' sons, warriors lost at sea or felled in feuds. But not all. A quiet handful name women not just as mourned, but as makers. This stone was raised by Thorgerd in memory of her mother. Gita raised this in memory of her husband, who sailed west. Ragnhild had this stone carved in memory of herself while alive. That last one always stops you. Imagine a woman ordering her own memory before death, not waiting for someone else to care, to carve, to remember. That takes something. Steel, maybe. Or just clarity. You've seen stones with prayers, stones with curses, stones shaped like serpents coiling into eternity. And here and there, you find one where the story starts, not with son of, but with daughter of. A reversal, a reclaiming. Historians love to catalog the stone styles, Ringerike yelling urns, but they rarely linger on the carvers. Who wielded the chisel? Who paid for it? Who stood back and said, yes, that's her name. That's the one I want to last. In many cases, it was a woman. Women commissioned stones, owned the land they stood on, decided what stories stayed upright. One particularly moving inscription reads, Estrid raised this stone after Ingvar, her husband. She lived to see her grandchildren's weddings. And you think what a life, not marked by war, but by presence. You look again at the stone near your village. It's cracked now. Lichen crusts the corners. But the runes still whisper, her children loved her. They did not forget. Not all legacy is loud. Some is steady. Some is stone. And when the wind passes through the grass and brushes the carving like breath, it's easy to imagine her, whoever she was standing here, once watching the letters appear. Proof that she lived. Proof that she mattered. Proof that even in a world of ships and swords, some stories choose to be written in quiet. A glint catches the light. Not gold, but polished bronze. A brooch shaped like an animal. Or is it a symbol? You adjust it gently on your cloak. It sits just above your heart and carries more than just decoration. It carries identity, maybe even a secret. Dressing in the Viking Age wasn't fast. It was deliberate, layered, encoded. Each piece woven dyed clasped said something about who you were, where you came from, what you had, and what you wanted the world to believe. Today your fingers move from habit, underdress, woolen overdress, the cloak. The apron straps cross over your chest like harnesses, functional, but not plain. And always the brooches. Oval disc shaped, sometimes shaped like animals, with wide eyes or knotted tails. They sit on your shoulders, like silent guardians, clasps for your dress, but also clues. You've inherited some, others you traded for. One was gifted after a harsh winter, from a woman who never said thank you with words, just metal and meaning. In Norse culture, jewelry was currency craftsmanship and communication. The materials mattered. Bronze was common, silver marked wealth and gold. Gold whispered status. Historians argue over how much symbolism was intentional, but the consistency is striking. Certain shapes appear in certain regions. Certain pins are worn by certain families. Some scholars believe a particular set of beads, dark red, glass white, stone blue, ceramic signaled marital status, trade connections, or religious allegiance. You remember the story of a woman buried in a grave in Gotland, her clothing fastened with unusually large turtle brooches engraved with tiny runes. Around her neck, a necklace with a Thor's hammer pendant tucked beside a tiny Christian cross. What did that mean? A secret, a shift in faith. A woman who was hedging bets. Maybe it just meant she believed in covering all bases. You fasten your own brooch, now shaped like a hawk in flight. It's older than you. The pin is slightly bent, so it doesn't sit quite straight. You like it that way. And below that, your belt, where the real language begins. Hanging from it, keys. You're the household keeper, a small knife you cook, but also defend a needle case you weave and a pouch you trade. Together, these items tell a story about your role in the world, about your power. There's an unspoken code to how you tie your apron, the number of beads strung across your chest, the cloth tucked under your belt. The neighbors notice. They always do. So when a woman shows up at the midsummer feast with an unfamiliar brooch, everyone wonders, did she marry? Did she travel? Or is she pretending? You once knew a woman who wore a green-dyed cloak, even though her farm hadn't produced barley in 2 seasons. No one said anything. But when her sheep went missing, no one helped search. Because clothing doesn't just reflect wealth, it's a conversation. And sometimes a warning. You check your reflection in the polished side of your cauldron. Crooked brooch, clean apron, beads matched but modest. You are not trying to dazzle. You are reminding them, I see. I know. I belong. Because in this world, before you ever speak, you are read. The shadows by the hearth are not empty. They hold quieter figures, calloused hands that never wore rings, eyes that knew their place was always one step behind. You've heard their names whispered, if at all. But tonight, you see them fully, the ones who didn't choose this life. You wake before dawn, but someone else is already working. She's young, barely a woman, but she moves like someone who's already lived many lives. You know her name, though she doesn't say it often. It was given to her when she arrived, half-starved, wrapped in rope and silence. She's not family. She's thrall. In Viking society, thralls were unfree, slaves, taken in raids, inherited through birth, traded like cattle, or sentenced by law. They cleaned, cooked, fetched, lifted, sheared, and sometimes never stopped. You're not proud of it, but you don't deny it either. This is part of your world. And like every part, it's more complicated than it seems. The line between servant and slave could blur, especially in small households. Some thralls slept beside the fire with the children. Some dined on scraps. Others, if trusted, held keys, ran errands, even handled trade. But the power difference, it was always there. And the silence. That's what you remember most. You think of an old woman who once worked in your grandmother's house. She never smiled. Not once. But she carved the finest spoons from driftwood, and when she sang low and slow, it made your skin prickle. No one asked where she was from. One day, she died, and her body was buried outside the family plot, under a tree, with no stone. Sometimes, you pass that tree, and you remember. Historians struggle with the scarcity of thrall voices. Their stories rarely appear in sagas. Their names, if written, are fleeting. But the archaeology speaks graves with no goods bones, marked by repetitive labor, even chains found near old trade ports. And in female graves, it's not always clear. Was this woman a wife, a servant, or something in between? You glance at your own household now. You see your helper sweeping the ash, brushing her hair back with the same motion you use. She's strong, quiet. Her eyes flick up only once, and when they meet yours, they do not flinch. That you think is something. Some thralls could be freed. After years of service, after bearing children, after loyalty, or simply by the master's will. Some married, some vanished into the villages, forgotten or forgiven. Others never escaped. You've heard of farms passed down to sons and daughters who were half thrall, unspoken, known but not named, bloodlines carried by shame or by silence. Not everyone tells those tales, but they exist, and they deserve their place, because history is not just the story of those who held the keys. It's also the quiet lives of those who opened the doors at dawn and disappeared into smoke before anyone remembered to say thank you. You see her now resting briefly by the fire, hands in her lap, watching the flames. You say nothing, but you leave a slice of honeyed bread on the stool beside her, and you walk away. Because sometimes the only kindness left is knowing someone sees you. She sits by the window, hands, still eyes, half lost in the grayness beyond. Her hair is more silver than gold now. Her strength lives in memory. And though no one says it aloud, the house is quieter when she sleeps, because she once held the whole roof up without anyone noticing. You pass her every morning, spinning nothing, just twirling thread between her fingers, watching shadows stretch across the wall like old friends. She doesn't speak much now, but once she knew everything. Every herb, every feud, every name whispered under a solstice moon. And now she's forgotten where she left her shoes. Old age in Viking life didn't guarantee reverence, but it didn't guarantee invisibility either. Some elders, especially women, held authority long after their backs curved and their hands stiffened. If they survived long enough, their knowledge became weighty. Their silences more commanding than speech. But it depended on the household, on the story, on luck. You help her sit up straighter. She murmurs something about sheep, not this year's, but from 20 years ago. She corrects herself, then laughs softly. Her voice is like wind, in straw fragile, but still moving. There's a term the sagas rarely use, eldest folk, the people of the hearth. The ones who no longer labor in fields or fight lawsuits at the thing, but remain in the center of the home, warm and still. Observers, anchors. You wonder if you'll become one. Historians argue about the place of the elderly in Viking society. Some say the old were burdens cast out in lean years. Others point to graves filled with aged bones surrounded by precious objects suggesting deep respect. There's evidence of shared hearths, with multiple generations of homes adapted for slow-moving feet of chairs placed near windows just like hers. Sometimes they faded. Sometimes they ruled. You know of one woman, aged nearly to blindness, who kept the household's memory literally. She could recite every trade, every birth, every boundary dispute. When she died, they said half the village's past went with her. This one here, she still speaks on good days. When she does, it's rich. Names tumble out, stories, recipes with missing steps, love affairs long buried under politeness, a grudge about a missing comb, a dream she once had that still feels like truth. You feed her broth now. She eats slowly, neatly. There's grace in her gestures. You don't rush her, because one day someone will feed you. She asks you almost shyly if the sheep have lambed. You say yes, though they haven't yet. The lie feels like mercy. She smiles, rests her head against the wood, and closes her eyes. Her brooches are still in the chest. Her spindle still hangs by the fire. She is no longer the matriarch. But when the others speak, they lower their voices near her. Not because she's frail, because she listens. And when she's gone, they'll realize something unnameable has disappeared too. The thread that tied memory to presence. The sound of footsteps on the floor at dawn. The answer to what did we used to do in winters like this. She may not wear the keys anymore, but you still ask her permission. And sometimes without a word, she gives it. The wind settles outside, and the fire sinks low. You look around, not at ruins, not at artifacts, but at traces. Breadcrumbs of a story too quiet to dominate the sagas, but too steady to ever truly vanish. She's still here in echoes, in keys, in you. You pour the last of the tea into your wooden cup, swirling it slowly. It's quiet now. No sheep, no loom, no legal disputes at the village thing. Just you and the flicker of what remains when the daily noise ends. Viking women were never just one thing. They weren't simply farmers, or mothers, or witches, or wives. They were a complicated braid of all of those and more. Threads woven tight loose, knotted colored by season and survival. And what they teach you now is that the loudest legacies aren't always shouted. Sometimes they're whispered, in the smell of fresh-baked rye, because someone remembered the proportions. In a spindle passed down through 5 hands. In the stone that still stands long after its carver is dust. In the way a woman still rests her hand on her belt, right where the keys used to hang. You've walked their paths tonight, tilled their soil, held their babies, wept at their hearths. You've stood beside the ones who healed and the ones who couldn't. You've lit fires that burned not for glory, but for soup. And in doing so, you've seen that their power didn't come from legend. It came from living well, even when the world refused to notice. Historians continue to debate the fine details, the status, the scale, the titles. But they all agree on one thing: Viking women were indispensable. And maybe that's what you'll carry into sleep tonight. Not the romance of the sagas, not the drama of raiding ships, but the quiet rhythm of survival, the quiet rebellion of competence, the quiet truth that even when the world forgets you, the work you did still holds up the roof. So as you sip the last of your tea and pull the furs closer, imagine her not as a shadow, but as a presence. A woman standing in the doorway of a turf house apron, stiff with flower sleeves, rolled eyes sharp, running her world, and smiling because she knows you saw her. You trudge along a damp path, flanked by pine and birch pack slung across your shoulders, boots soaked through by early morning dew. It's not quite a road, more like a trail carved by carts and hooves, one that hugs the curves of winding rivers rather than slicing through terrain. This is not the Viking journey you were taught. No wind-slick sails, no sea spray biting your cheeks. This is eastward inland upriver. It's slower, quieter, stranger. The Norse you're walking with aren't pirates or berserkers, not today. They're traders. Perhaps former warriors now, with hair touched gray and bellies softening. They wear linen shirts layered with thick wool belts, heavy with tools, and eyes sharp with both caution and curiosity. They speak Old Norse, yes, but also a few words of Slavic, perhaps even Turkish. Their journey leads them into lands unfamiliar and unthreatened by their presence. See, the eastern routes were never about grand plunder. They were about threading the needle through a patchwork of tribes, rivers, and silent deals. You're trailing a group that is likely launched from Birka or Gotland centers of trade in Sweden, heading through rivers like the Neva, the Volkhov, the Lovat. The names flow like water themselves, and you quickly learn to listen more than you speak. A birch bark canoe drifts silently alongside the path. That's how some of these men travel too, especially when the rivers behave. Flat-bottomed boats, called monoxyla, carved from single trunks, glide through misty water. You could ride one yourself if you don't mind the damp seat and the constant swatting of mosquitoes. It's not glamorous. These men eat dried fish, rye bread, sour berries. They sleep curled in blankets under wagons or in crude lean-tos of pine. Sometimes, if the village is friendly, they're offered a corner of someone's longhouse. But they carry treasures too. Not gold, not yet, but the means to earn it. Furs mostly. The good kind, sable fox and beaver. Thick, rich pelts taken from the northern forests, each one rolled with care and marked with tiny runes to identify ownership. And let's not pretend it's all peace and handshakes. These men carry axes slung low and daggers hidden in boots. Some wear scale armor beneath their cloaks. It's a precaution, not a threat. After all, you never know when a band of pechenegs might decide you're worth the effort. But more often than not, the dangers are environmental quicksand, masquerading as soil, sudden thaws that swell the rivers, or a forest so dense you lose sight of the man ahead within 5 paces. At night, the air is full of stories. Tales whispered beside smoky fires of a city in the south where the streets are paved in stone and the emperor wears robes stitched with gold thread and peacock feathers. You don't know it yet, but that city is Constantinople, and some of these men will walk its marble halls. The caravan pauses to rest beside a stream. You kneel cupping water to your lips. It tastes of iron and ice. One of the older Norsemen, his beard braided with copper rings, leans over and mutters about the time he got lost near Ladoga and had to bribe a local chieftain with 3 belt buckles just to avoid becoming stew. You laugh. He doesn't. Behind him, a younger man is sketching something in the mud with a stick. Not a battle plan. A map. He's drawn rivers, turns places to avoid. A language of survival. No dragons adorn it, just arrows and dots and lines. Because here, fantasy doesn't help you. Precision does. You start to understand why these journeys mattered. In the West, Vikings struck, like lightning, quick, loud, destructive. But in the East, they flowed like water, persistent, patient, reshaping the world, not with fire, but with footprints. Historians still argue whether these Eastern traders should even be called Vikings in the traditional sense. The word itself comes from Vik, meaning bay, or inlet and implies seafaring raiders. But these men are something else. Varangians, Russ, river walkers. Name them what you will, but their impact left grooves in the land. The group moves again. One man hoists a small idol from his pack, a Thor's hammer worn smooth from rubbing. Another clutches a tiny pouch of amber beads. You realize these are not just travelers. They're threads in a larger tapestry that stretches from the icy shores of the Baltic to the golden domes of Byzantium. And that tapestry is delicate. Each stitch, a risk, each color, a compromise. You don't plunder here. You adapt. As dusk settles, the forest hushes. You set camp near the edge of a clearing where birch trees catch the last light like silver coins. You lie back the sky, a canopy of cold stars, and think about all the things you didn't expect when you heard Viking journey. There was no pillaging, no yelling, no horned helmets, just mud moss and a sense of motion, eastward, always eastward. Dawn creeps through a thin mist that clings to the riverbank like old wool. You stretch your arms joints stiff from sleep and listen a soft splash, the creak of a leather boot, and the chirp of some forest bird you'll never name. The caravan is already stirring. Someone's lighting a fire with flint and dried lichen. Today, you're entering the lands of the Russ. But let's clear something up. Russes isn't a people. It's a concept that keeps slipping through historians' fingers like river silt. Were the Russ Slavic Norse, a blended identity born of trade politics and cross-cultural mingling? Most likely, yes, yes, and yes. You set off again, feet brushing against knee-high grass, following a muddy trail that hugs the Volkhov River. Ahead lies a settlement. No high stone walls or grand palaces, just timber homes, a small dock, and smoke spiraling up from turf-covered roofs. This is one of the earliest versions of what will become the city of Novgorod. Here, Norsemen are not invaders. They're settlers, sometimes even city founders. They don't storm the gates, they get invited in. Local Slavic tribes fragmented, and feuding needed someone to stabilize trade routes, manage tribute, and knock heads together when arguments got out of hand. And what better candidates than foreign traders with shiny weapons and an eye for order? You watch as one of your caravan leaders speaks with a Slavic elder. They don't share a language, not exactly, but they gesture point trade small trinkets. A polished bead, a squirrel pelt, a grin. It works. Soon, you're unloading cargo and helping to repair a fishing net in exchange for stew. It's humble diplomacy at work. Historians still debate whether Rurik, the legendary Norse founder of the Kievan Rus, was a real man or a symbolic placeholder for centuries of Scandinavian influence. But what's clear is that the Norse weren't simply passing through. They were laying foundations. You stroll past a small chapel-like structure made of logs, its doorway marked by symbols, both Slavic and Norse. Inside, candles flicker beside a wooden idol with one eye. Odin, you think, but nearby, there's a bundle of herbs tied with a red string, clearly meant to ward off local spirits. This spiritual overlap isn't conflict, it's coexistence. A boy runs past you barefoot and loud shouting something that's half a word you know. He's tugging a wooden cart with a broken wheel, chasing a chicken that probably isn't his. It's not exactly what you pictured of Viking settled lands, but it feels alive. Later that day, you help carry goods toward another town, this one larger, with a wooden palisade and a long central market. You hear traders shouting in at least 4 different languages: Slavic, Norse, Greek, something Turkic. A man with a hawk on his shoulder is trying to sell honey. Another is weighing ingots of silver on a carved scale that looks suspiciously bent. And then suddenly, You're looking at something incredible, a scroll, unfurled carefully by a Persian trader. The script is Arabic flowing and elegant, and it's clearly a letter of passage proof that this man has connections far to the south. He offers it as a sign of trust. You offer a comb, in return made of bone, and etched with tiny runes. The trade sticks. That night, the fire crackles louder than usual, as if proud of the stories it's hearing. One man tells of Dnieper rapids so wild they nearly lost a cargo of wax and got it back only by promising a goat to a river spirit. Another claims he saw a Slavic prince with a Norse bodyguard who wore a silk tunic and spoke in riddles. You're not sure if that's exaggeration or envy. You sit quietly chewing on smoked fish and realize something strange. These Eastern journeys aren't just transactional, they're transformational. The Norse language absorbs new terms. The food changes. The gods even, they start blending at the edges like ink in wet parchment. Some Norse traders marry local women. Some take Slavic names. Some leave behind their pagan charms in exchange for crosses, not necessarily out of belief, but as good business sense. After all, a baptized trader can pass more freely in Christian courts. You lie back, watching the smoke rise into the starlight, and wonder who really changed whom. The next morning, you enter a larger settlement, one built where trade routes from the Baltic to the Black Sea converge. You see signs of permanence, wells dug deep storerooms, built high to avoid flooding children, playing a game that involves throwing stones at painted wooden ducks. It smells like horses' wet linen and stewed onions. You help unload a cargo of furs and amber. One particularly fine sable pelt earns the caravan leader a silver torque. He wears it like a badge, though you know he'll probably trade it again in 2 towns' time for something more useful, like salt or horseshoes. On a nearby wooden post, someone has carved a rune. It's subtle, tucked beneath a Slavic symbol you don't recognize. You run your fingers over it. It's a name, or maybe a direction. Perhaps both. Later, you walk along the riverbank and see a boat being repaired. It's long and slender, shaped for shallow waters. Children watch as a Norse craftsman teaches locals how to fit the planks tight without using iron nails. He hums as he works, a song in a language most of them don't understand, but still they hum along. And there it is again, that sense of merging. These aren't foreign overlords or passive guests. They're participants in a slow, muddy, often awkward dance, a cultural waltz that history nearly forgot to write down. Historians still argue whether this mingling was peaceful collaboration or subtle colonization. Some say it was just economics wearing a different mask. But as you sit watching a shared meal being passed around a flatbread topped with pickled onions and dried goat, you suspect the truth is simpler. People given time and enough trade routes just start to blend. You sleep that night in a shared shelter, listening to the sound of someone playing a flute made from a swan bone. It's haunting and soft, and you drift off, wondering how many footsteps it took to build a city like Kiev. Not just the heavy boots of warriors, but the bare soles of children, the sandaled feet of traders, the quiet steps of women gathering herbs. And in that dream space just before sleep, you imagine a world where the Norse story isn't one of fire and steel, but one of ferry boats and festivals, of peace, however temporary, of change, however gentle. The sun lifts over a marshy bend in the river, painting everything in pale gold, the dew on mossy stones, the wet fur of a foraging dog, even the thin sheen of sweat on your neck as you hoist the cargo from boat to bank. Today is a turning point. Today You're moving beyond Slavic lands, past the forests and wooden palisades, and toward the empire of myths and mosaics Byzantium. Not yet the city itself, mind you. You're still miles, weeks, maybe seasons away from Constantinople's high domes, but this is the beginning of the southern stretch, the land where Greek is spoken with bored confidence, where coins shimmer in a different hue, and where the Norse find not just trade, but something strange and new employment. See, not every Norseman who reached Byzantium was content to sell fur and sail home. Some stayed. Some pledged oaths to the emperor. And in doing so, they joined one of the strangest mashups in medieval history, the Varangian Guard. You've probably heard the name whispered in the background of some documentary or fantasy series, but you've never really stood next to one, have you? You first spot them at a riverside outpost, a group of weather-worn men standing guard beneath a carved stone arch. Their cloaks are brighter than expected dark indigo and deep russet with red stitching in tight geometric patterns. Their helmets are not Norse, no-winged fantasy nonsense, but smooth bronze caps with cheek guards and narrow nasal plates. One man wears a necklace of gold coins. Another has a peacock feather tucked into his belt, like a joke he never explains. They are Varangians, Norsemen turned imperial bodyguards, recruited from across the northern world Scandinavia, the Rus even Anglo-Saxon England after 1066. The emperor, it turns out, didn't care where you were from, so long as you swung an axe like a god and didn't get political. You watch as a younger guard sharpens his weapon, a curved Byzantine axe, unlike the ones used back home. It gleams like it's never touched dirt. He polishes it not for function, but because it's expected. These men are supposed to look sharp, disciplined, expensive. They get paid in coin. Real coin. Gold solidi that catch sunlight like candle flames. One Varangian opens a purse and shows you a handful, letting them jingle together, like tiny church bells. You've seen silver before. Copper, sure. But gold. That's another thing entirely. He winks. Says it's worth the blisters. Historians still debate why the Byzantine emperors trusted foreign mercenaries so deeply. Was it their loyalty? Their isolation from local factions? Or maybe the simple fact that someone from Gotland is far less likely to join a coup against a Greek-speaking emperor. Whatever the reason, it worked. The Varangian Guard became not only elite warriors, but cultural bridges. At night, you sit near the guards as they roast meat and share wine diluted with herbs. One is reciting a story in slow, clumsy Greek. Another corrects him mid-line, then laughs. They're relaxed for now, but you know they've stood in the palace corridors flanking emperors and staring down political rivals with dead-eyed calm. They talk about the city like it's a lover, slippery, dazzling, demanding. Constantinople, the city of cities. Miklagarder in Norse, the great city, a place of spires and smoke, of beggars and basilicas, of merchants who sell silk by the handful, and eunuchs who whisper like wind through marble columns. You're not there yet, but you feel its gravity pulling everyone toward it. One Varangian offers you a look at his cloak. It's not feathered like a bird despite the rumors, but it does shimmer, woven with fine thread, stitched with tiny pearls along the hem. There's an odd pride in the way he folds it back over his shoulder. It's part status symbol, part armor against homesickness. You ask him if he misses the fjords. He shrugs, says sometimes, but gold sleeps better than snow. That night, your dreams are a strange swirl of torchlight and cathedral bells of cloaked figures standing beside thrones of coins, dropping one by one into dark water. You dream of a man, tall, fair-haired, speaking 3 languages, taking an oath before an emperor dressed like the sun. You don't know if it's a memory or a legend. In the days that follow, you pass through smaller cities, waypoints on the Varangian path. Here, Norse traders have already left their mark. Taverns sell salted cod and fermented cabbage imported at ruinous prices. A smith hammers out axes shaped to Byzantine taste, but decorated with tiny runes at the hilt. Even the children play a game that involves tossing tiny wooden shields. The deeper south you go, the more surreal it becomes. A roadside shrine displays both Christian icons and carved Nordic amulets. One elderly woman lights a candle beneath a cross, then spits 3 times and mutters in Old Norse to ward off spirits. It's not confusion, it's cultural layering. These people are mosaics, just like the city they hope to reach. One morning, just as you're packing up camp, a newcomer joins the caravan. He's thin with a limp and a finely wrapped parcel slung over his back. Turns out, he's a messenger, an errand man for a Varangian officer stationed near the imperial palace. His journey is slow, careful. The message he carries isn't military, it's personal. He shows you just for a second a pair of earrings wrapped in silk. Byzantine craftsmanship, no doubt. Meant for a woman in the north. Maybe a wife. Maybe a mother. You don't ask. But you think about the distance such a gift has traveled, the sea it crossed, the tongues it passed through. Later by the fire, someone plays a tune on a lyre. The melody is unmistakably Norse sad, simple strong, but the scale sounds off like it's been bent by Greek modes. It catches in your chest, and for a moment, you feel how far from home these people are. And yet they are not lost. Historians still wonder whether the Varangian Guard truly maintained their northern identity, or whether they became something else, Byzantinized, Hellenized. Or perhaps they live between identities, shedding and reclaiming pieces like layers of cloaks. One story sticks with you. A Varangian guard, long dead, buried back in Sweden, with a Byzantine ring on one finger and a Norse oath carved into stone beside him. 2 lives, 1 body. You look around and realize the same is true of this caravan. The traders, the warriors, the messengers, they are not just Norse anymore. They're part of a corridor that stretches from cold fjords to golden domes, from iron axes to silk cloaks. And you're walking that path too. Maybe not forever. Maybe not to the end. But for now, your boots follow the same muddy prints. Your breath mingles with theirs in the morning mist. And your story, like theirs, is no longer just northern. It's layered, complicated, glinting with gold. As the stars appear again, you wrap your blanket tighter and gaze at the sky. Somewhere beyond the hills, Constantinople waits, the city of cities. The place where Norsemen trade their swords for service, their furs for favor, and their silence for gold. And maybe, just maybe one day, you'll get there too. You're walking beside a river that doesn't roar, it murmurs. Its waters coil through reeds and cattails brown and slow, reflecting a sky so wide and pale it feels like a ceiling too far away to reach. This is not the kind of water you'd want to sail in. It's too shallow in places, too tangled with debris in others. You're not navigating with a compass or a sextant, but with stories, and with a map that looks more like a riddle than a road map. No dragons mark its edges. Instead, this map, the one unrolled across a fur cloak during last night's camp, is full of curves and notches, labeled with crude but careful names. River names, portages, dangerous crossings, friendly villages, not a monster in sight. Just mud mosquitoes and markets. That's the thing they don't tell you in the epic sagas. The Eastern journeys weren't heroic tales of conquest. They were long slogs through swamp and snow, and the maps they used were less about grandeur and more about survival. Which bend in the river hides bandits? Which village demands a toll in salt? Which marsh will swallow your oxen whole? You squint at the horizon. Somewhere ahead, the Dnieper will meet a series of rapids. You've heard stories about them foaming stone-riddled runs that flip boats like toys. The Norse call them names like the Roaring One and the Gnashing One. Each set of rapids has to be portaged. That means dragging the boat out of the water, hauling it overland, on logs' shoulders, or both until calmer waters are found. It's exhausting. It's necessary. And it's why these maps matter. Historians still puzzle over some of the oldest charts recovered from this era. Some aren't maps at all. In the modern sense, they're mnemonic devices. Rhymed verses, visual cues, etched symbols. You remember one trader in your group who recites a chant each morning before departure. Past the bare hill through the shallow bend, leave no silver or the toll won't end. You asked once what it meant. He shrugged. It's how my uncle never drowned. It's not poetic, but it works. You pause to rest beneath a leaning pine, its roots half-eaten by riverbank erosion. Someone hands you a water skin, and you pass around a pouch of dried apples, shrunk and leathery, but still sweet. The map is spread again this time, anchored with river stones. You lean over it, tracing the lines. There's something oddly satisfying in its honesty. No mythical beasts, no fanciful kingdoms, just curves and dots and warnings. You see a mark shaped like a wheel with teeth. It's the symbol for a dangerous current. Another like a tent beside a tree signals a safe encampment with friendly traders. You realize something else too. These maps don't separate land and water. The two are intertwined. Rivers are highways, but sometimes the highway goes dry, or floods or freezes, so the map adapts. It includes oxen paths beside waterways, footbridges across marshes, caves used for shelter, even stones where tolls are exchanged. It's a living thing passed from hand to hand, inked and re-inked, updated with every journey. At one resting point, you meet a Slavic guide who speaks a creaky, consonant-heavy dialect. He points out a detour, one not on the map, a shortcut he claims through a stand of birch that connects to a lesser-known tributary. Some in your group are suspicious, others eager. You go. The detour is rough, narrow, full of biting flies and sudden bogs. But the guide's memory proves sharp. You come out ahead of schedule, just as he promised, at a wide curve in the river where another trading party has already set camp. You nod thanks and give the man a piece of silver and a strip of waxed leather. He tucks it away without a word. That night, around the fire, the map is redrawn. The shortcut added. Someone names it Birch Bend. It's not official. But then nothing here is. One of the younger traders grumbles about the difficulty of finding his way home again. Even if I live, he says, poking the fire, I'll forget which bend brought me gold and which brought me fever. Another man laughs. You'll know when you smell the mosquitoes. It's a joke, but not really. These rivers have moods. You can tell when one's about to turn on you. The color of the foam, the number of crows overhead, the sudden silence in the trees. You cross into a low-lying wetland the next day, where the river has split into a dozen narrow threads, each barely wider than a man's shoulders. Here the map becomes a guess. Every path looks the same. Even the locals won't guide you. They say the water shifts too fast. You proceed anyway. The air is thick, warm, and buzzing. Gnats cling to your eyelashes. The boatmen strip to the waist, cursing softly as they pull their crafts forward with long rods. You walk part of the way, on sodden ground, the mud sucking at your boots, every step a battle. A man behind you sinks up to his knees and nearly loses his temper and his pants. Still, you move forward, and eventually you see at the water opening up again, a broad bend where the current slows and lily pads bloom in wild profusion. Someone whispers a cheer. You all collapse onto a patch of dry moss, panting wet and grinning like fools. It's a small victory, but out here they matter. Later, as you dry your socks near the fire, one of the older men shows you a different kind of map carved into the haft of his walking stick. Tiny notches, each one marked for a bend in the river, a grave passed, a market reached, a love found and left behind. He doesn't explain the symbols. He just runs his finger across them and hums a tune that's half lullaby, half dirge. Historians still argue whether Norse maps of the East ever existed in finished form. Most evidence suggests they were dynamic living artifacts changed by each user. What you're holding is less a reference and more a story. That's the truth of it. These Eastern trade maps weren't drawn for explorers. They were crafted for survivors. You think of this again days later when a sudden downpour nearly washes away your camp and your carefully stored parchment. Everyone scrambles to save supplies, tip boats upright, and chase down floating barrels. But when the storm passes and the fires are lit again, the map survives. Barely. Smudged, blurred, but still legible. Someone redraws the worst of the damage with a bit of charcoal. The shortcut from Birch Bend is marked again. You smile watching them work. The lines are crooked now, less precise, but maybe that's closer to the truth. Because if there's one thing you've learned out here among the reeds and rivulets and roadless roads, it's this: no journey ever follows the map. Not exactly. But with a little luck, a lot of grit, and maybe a guide who knows where the mosquitoes bite hardest, you'll still find your way. By now, you've grown accustomed to the rhythm of things. The shiver of damp clothing in the morning, the clink of iron scales as someone shoulders their pack, the sudden arguments over which trail avoids the marsh that ate half the oxen last spring, and always the river, sometimes ahead, sometimes beside, always quietly pulling you forward. But today, something different. A hush falls over the camp, not fear, not reverence, but curiosity. Because today, word has spread, there are scholars nearby. Learned men. From the south. From Baghdad. You raise an eyebrow. Baghdad. That's not a place. It's a dream. A city of books and incense, of glasswork and poetry. A place where knowledge piles higher than church steeples, and the streets are paved with stories. Yet apparently, its reach extends even here. The scholars are not many, just two, really. Accompanied by a handful of local guards and translators. They sit beneath a makeshift tent of embroidered cloth, surrounded by scrolls, a brass astrolabe, and a kettle that smells faintly of cardamom. You approach slowly, and one of them looks up. His robe is soft gray, trimmed with blue. His beard is short, meticulously shaped. And when he speaks, it's with an accent that makes even familiar words feel unfamiliar. He does not flinch when surrounded by Norsemen. He studies them. With the same gaze a falcon uses on mice, not cruel, but utterly detached. You sit quietly, not quite invited, not quite dismissed. That seems to be the rule here. One of your caravan members, a wiry man from Gotland, with a head for languages, starts talking with them. It takes time. slips between Norse, Old East Slavic, and halting Arabic. But slowly, surely understanding blooms. You learn that the scholars are gathering observations, writing about the people of the North, not for politics or trade, but for curiosity. They've heard of tall blonde men with bright weapons and strange burial customs, men who drink blood, who bathe in rivers daily, yet wear filthy clothes, men who cry at funerals and laugh during executions. Historians still debate how much of what these Arab scholars wrote was fact, and how much was fascinated embellishment. The most famous account comes from a man named Ahmad ibn Fadlan, whose descriptions of the Rus are as detailed as they are bizarre. You hear snippets now translated aloud. They are the dirtiest of Allah's creatures. They wash their faces and heads in a single basin of water, spitting and blowing their noses into it, then pass it to the next man. You glance at your caravan mates. One of them shrugs. That's not wrong. But the descriptions get stranger. Ibn Fadlan claims they wear silk, that their women are tattooed with green vines from ankle to neck, that they hold their dead for 10 days in a tent, drinking and singing around the body before burning it on a ship filled with offerings and a slave girl. You don't know how much is true. You've seen silk, sure, traded for it even. You've met women with inked skin, though not as vividly as he describes. And the funeral customs? Well, that depends on which valley, which chief, which set of gods is honored. Still, there's something captivating in hearing about your world from the outside. These scholars see things you miss. They notice the calluses on your hands, the patterns in your speech, the way you sharpen your blade even when there's no fight expected. They write it all down, even your posture. Later, one of them sketches your face lightly quickly on a piece of paper thin as onion skin. You barely recognize yourself. He's captured something more than your shape, something like curiosity veiled in caution. One of your caravan members, a heavy-set man named Kettle, scoffs at the whole exchange. They think they know us, he mutters, chewing dried meat. But they never carried a fur pack over the Dnieper rapids. Let them write. You suppose he's right. The scholar's featherquill version of you isn't wrong, but it's not entirely accurate either. It's like describing a storm from the safety of a watchtower. But you keep listening. The scholars ask questions no one else bothers to voice. What do the Norse think happens after death? Why do they wear small Thor's hammers around their necks? Why is there no king among them, only chieftains who bark and jostle for position like wolves in a cramped den? They're not mocking. They're cataloging. As if your existence is a puzzle to be assembled, each pelt, each oath, each scar, another piece. You spend the night near their campfire, drinking a brew, unlike anything you've tasted. It's warm spiced and oddly calming. One of them offers it to you in a small ceramic cup shaped like a fig. You take it, nod thanks, sip, and feel your body unclench. The conversation rolls on. The scholars have heard of Constantinople too. They speak of its libraries, its marble floors, its 7 marketplaces. One even claims to have seen the emperor once he wore shoes of red leather. He says, voice lowering with awe, only the emperor may wear that color. You wonder if the Varangian guards there feel the same awe, or if it fades after enough coin is earned, enough years pass, enough silk cloaks are worn thin. The next day, the scholars prepare to leave. They pack their scrolls, fold their maps, stow their tiny ink bottles in padded pouches. One of them hands your translator a small square of folded parchment, a sketch maybe, or a token. The translator pockets it without reading. That's the kind of secrecy that earns respect. Before they mount their horses, one of the scholars turns and says something that takes a moment to reach you through the chain of translation. Your people walk far, not with armies, but with questions. That is power too. You think about that for a while. Later, as your caravan moves on, someone tries to recount the entire conversation. Half of it is misremembered, a quarter is mocked, and the rest gets turned into a bawdy joke about Norsemen bathing in their own soup. Still, the tone in the camp is different. Those scholars didn't just pass through. They changed the air somehow, reminded everyone that even out here, in the wild places of mud and moss and morning mist, you're part of something larger. Historians still wrestle with the reliability of these early Islamic accounts. Some see exaggeration, others see genuine anthropology. You see mirrors held up to unfamiliar faces, flawed, fogged but still reflective. That night, someone in the caravan begins humming a tune you don't recognize. It has a lilt to it, soft wandering, with the gentle rhythm of a story told from far away. A few voices join in. Not in harmony, not quite, but close enough. As you drift to sleep, you think of Baghdad, of its 1,000 lanterns, its scholars bending over scrolls, its questions etched in ink so fine it could be mistaken for thread. You will never reach it, but part of you already has. The morning sun peers through a lattice of oak branches, warming your back as you kneel over a canvas sack. Today, you're doing inventory, running your hands over pelts, poking at bundles of wax, lifting amber beads to the light. Each item is quiet, still, but it hums with purpose, like a line in a story waiting for its turn. Trade out here is not an abstract concept. It's your reason for walking, your logic for risking rapids and bad fish and worse bandits. It's the pulse that guides every conversation, every route, every friendship, half-spoken in borrowed words and pantomimes. So what did they trade, these Norsemen, on the eastern trails? Not just steel and swagger. No, you're surrounded by humbler treasures. Amber first. Fossilized tree resin that glows like trapped sunshine. The good pieces are clear, warm-hued, and sometimes contain ancient insects, a wing, a feeler, a whole bee caught mid-struggle. These are most prized by southern buyers. To them, amber is magic frozen in gold. You hold one up, marveling at the tiny air bubbles that ripple inside like breath caught in stone. It's not flashy, but to a Byzantine noble or an Abbasid collector, it might be worth a bolt of silk, a ring, or the equivalent of half a horse. Next, the furs. Sable fox beaver, an ermine taken from the frozen north, scraped clean, stretched, smoked, and carefully rolled. Some smell faintly of pine. Others still hold the chill of their origin, like frost burned into the hide. The sable is the softest, so luxurious you wonder why kings don't wrap themselves in it like blankets. Oh, wait, they do. Then there's walrus ivory. You run your fingers over the pale, grainy surface of a tusk no longer than your forearm. It's less smooth than elephant ivory, but tougher and far rarer in these parts. It comes from the farthest reaches of the north, where the sea hisses like a snake and the ice never sleeps. Walrus ivory is carved into everything. Chess pieces, dagger, hilts, crucifixes, jewelry. Some buyers prefer it simply as raw material. Others admire the streaks, the creamy tones that darken with age. And each one you carry is a link in a quiet empire of trade stretching from Arctic cliffs to Persian courts. Historians still argue whether walrus ivory made its way to China. Some believe Norse traders passed it to intermediaries in Central Asia. Others think it simply vanished into Byzantine vaults. But as you inspect the tusk, you feel the weight of that ambiguity in your hands. It's a tooth, a tool, and a mystery all at once. Spices rare, but they appear now and then. You remember a moment weeks ago when a small satchel of cinnamon changed hands. A gift, technically. A gesture between two caravan leaders. The smell alone was intoxicating, sharp, sweet foreign. Someone in your group sniffed it and declared it tree dust from a paradise with no snow. Laughter then, but a knowing sort. Even jokes are forms of reverence when the commodity is that strange. You open another bundle. Soapstone beads, carved rings, a bone needle case shaped like a fish. Are these valuable? Maybe not to you. But in the right hands, in the right port, they're currency. Tokens of northern lands wrapped in human need. One trader in your group carries a bag of whetstones, small, flat gray. They feel like nothing, look like nothing. But to a man with a blade and no edge, they're salvation. He trades them slowly, one by one, always to someone with a desperate glint in his eye. Another man travels with fine combs, crafted from bone, etched with runes designed to remove lice. You once scoffed. Then you spent a week scratching behind your ears. Now you barter for one, like it's a minor relic. Trade in the East isn't just about grand exchanges. It's about intimate needs. Fire starters, fish hooks, a needle when a cloak rips, a strip of tanned leather to repair a sandal. The markets might bustle, yes, but the real trade happens in quiet moments. When a man whispers what he's missing, and another reaches into his pack with a slow smile. That afternoon, you reach a village that serves as a trade stop. Just a ring of wooden huts, really, with a central square trampled flat by years of bartering boots. Children chase chickens. A dog chews a boot it probably didn't earn. And in the center, an elderly woman watches over her wares. You approach. Laid out on furs are items clearly meant for export beeswax candles, blackened iron nails, thick woven cloth, dyed with crushed berries. You offer a pouch of amber beads. She examines them under her breath, hums, then points at your belt. She wants your buckle. It's iron, plain, northern make. She hasn't seen one like it. You trade. And just like that, your trousers sag half an inch lower. But you've added another candle to your bundle, and more importantly, a story to your list of exchanges. Historians still puzzle over the values placed on different goods in the Viking East. Why would someone trade a jar of honey for a wooden button, or swap a horse for a bolt of linen? The answer lies in distance, desire, and timing. A fish hook is worthless at a coastal town full of blacksmiths. But to a mountain hermit who hasn't seen iron in 3 winters, it's treasure. Supply and demand weren't theories out here. They were lived daily. You visit the market that night, lit by torches and firepots, ringed by a circle of carts and canvas stalls. You pass by a man hawking dried mushrooms, another balancing a lizard in a jar. You don't ask why. There's music low and strange, played on a stringed instrument that looks like a bow with ambitions. You recognize none of the languages being spoken, but the bartering is clear. Fingers splay to count. Palms rise in refusal. Arms fold in calculation. It's theater. Ancient. Honest. At one point, a fur trader offers you a set of antler dice in exchange for a carved ring you wear. You hesitate. The ring isn't valuable, but it was a gift. Still, the dice are finely made. You shake them. They rattle like tiny bones. You decline. But hours later, you see the same dice in another man's hand, tossed into the dirt to decide who'll carry the next water bucket, and you feel a twinge of regret. Trade is also full of those. By the fire, one of the men speaks of Constantinople markets, where everything is exaggerated. He claims he once saw a parrot trained to say prices in 3 tongues. Another swears a Greek merchant once tried to sell him snow from the holy mountain, which turned out to be goat milk in a cloth bag. Everyone laughs, but no one disbelieves. You wrap up your goods for the night, securing each bundle with cord and greasecloth. You've bartered today, not just for items, but for information favors a future smile. The ledger isn't always written in ink. Sometimes it's in memory, or obligation, or that small nod that says, "Next time I'll owe you." Because in the Eastern trade world, nothing is wasted. Not breath, not bluff, not even a useless buckle if it means someone else gets what they need. And you carry not just items, but echoes. You're a vessel, a pack mule for empires of trade that never declare themselves aloud, yet shape history in every bead exchanged, every hide inspected, every spoon carved from horn. Tomorrow, you'll walk again. Maybe meet another trader. Maybe lose a candle, but gain a story. Maybe forget why you ever doubted the value of a simple, well-made comb. But tonight, you sit back, stare into the flickering fire, and count your goods. One by one. Not just in numbers, but in purpose, in journey, in quiet worth. The wind tonight tastes of dust. It seeps into your nostrils, dries your lips, and turns the inside of your cloak into sandpaper. You're no longer near the green, damp forests of the north. You're somewhere else entirely. You've reached the edge of the steppe. It stretches before you like an ocean without waves, flat, endless, silent. Not silent like the woods were. No, this is the silence of air itself watching you, of land so broad that it forgets to echo. This is market country. Not a village, not a city, but a gathering. A market that assembles itself on certain days like a migrating bird, appearing in a whirl of carts, tents, wagons, and shouting, then vanishing again into the grass. These are the steppe markets, where Norse traders meet Turkic horsemen, Slavic farmers, Persian spice sellers, and the occasional Chinese fabric merchant who insists he's just passing through. You walk into it, slowly dazed. Your boots kick up gray powder. Your mouth fills with strange smells, sweat-boiled mutton, wood smoke, dried fruit, hot iron. Somewhere in this storm of barter and dust, Vikings are swapping swords for cinnamon amber, for armor, laughter, for goat cheese. You spot them, Norsemen like you, but dressed to match the sun. Lighter tunics, shorter sleeves, head wrappings that would look ridiculous in burqa, but are brilliant here. They grin when they see your salt-stiff cloak and slap your shoulders like an old friend. They offer you fermented mare's milk. You sip. You try not to gag. They laugh. Around you, the trade blossoms. Rugs from Khwarezm, blades from Damascus, pottery from Kiev. Everyone barters in the only common language you need. You find a stall with lacquered wooden bowls, painted in swirls of blue and red. Another has glinting mirrors inlaid with silver, probably from Persia. A boy walks past, carrying a basket of smoked fish on his head, followed by a dog with one ear and a sense of entitlement. You stop to admire a curved dagger, ivory hilt brass, inlay, not Norse at all. The seller eyes you with amusement, sensing both your interest and your inexperience. You trade a bronze cloak pin and a half roll of wax. He nods, slowly accepts, and hands you the blade. Deal made. Elsewhere, a group of Turkic merchants are trying to sell felt hats shaped like inverted boats. They claim they keep your head warm in the winter, and cook meat when placed over a fire in summer. You're not sure if it's a joke. Someone buys one anyway. Historians still wonder at the sheer diversity of goods found in archaeological digs along these routes. Chinese silk in Rus graves, Persian coins in Scandinavian hoards, a Byzantine bronze cup found far beyond the Caspian. They argue whether the Norse were middlemen or major players. Your blistered feet suggest both. At one edge of the market, a bearded man in striped robes is selling scrolls. Not holy texts, letters mostly. Notes of passage contracts, IOUs written in Arabic Old Church Slavonic Greek. One scroll has a simple message delivered safely. 9 bolts. One missing. Another includes a crude drawing of a duck. No explanation. You buy a scrap, with strange writing mostly for the smell of the ink, warm and bitter like burnt almonds. You can't read it. But it reminds you that somewhere, someone wrote this while your boots were in a swamp 3 weeks back. Later, you watch a wrestling match break out between 2 steppe youths. One shoves the other ducks, and they both crash into a spice stand. No one intervenes. The crowd simply shifts around them like smoke, and the merchant collects his scattered peppercorns with the same calm as a man sweeping snow. Nearby, a Norseman with one eye sings a song to the tune of a jaw harp. His voice is cracked, but rhythmic. He's traded half his armor for a set of bells he ties to his ankles. Easier on the back, he says. As night falls, the market becomes something stranger, softer. Fires flicker across the plain. Music drifts from reed flutes. You sit cross-legged beside a felt yurt, eating a stew that tastes like meat mystery and too much salt. Your hands are greasy. Your stomach is full. Your belt is lighter than this morning, and your pack heavier. A trader from Samarkand leans close and shows you a stone. It's polished and oval green with flecks of gold. It sings when placed near water, he claims. You raise an eyebrow. He grins, shrugs, and offers it for a single needle case and a kiss on the cheek. You decline politely. Someone nearby offers you a story for a piece of dried apple. You accept. He tells you of a caravan so large it stretched 3 valleys long and took 3 days to turn around when the river was blocked by elephants. You eat the apple slowly. Historians still debate the truth of these steppe markets. Were they regular seasonal? Did they follow specific trade laws or bloom like wildflowers when the weather and politics allowed? But the accounts agree on one thing. They were melting pots. Not just of goods, but of ideas. Songs fashion, rumors lies. You lie back on a rolled-up saddle blanket staring at the stars. They look different here. Brighter. Closer somehow. You hear a horse snort. Someone curses in 5 languages. A baby cries, then quiets. And somewhere, a flute continues its lonely tune. Trade brought you here. But it's more than trade now. It's experience. Memory. A blade you won't use. A cup you'll forget to drink from. A friend you may never see again. In the morning, the market will vanish. You know this. Like smoke, like breath, like the dust that clings to your boots. It'll be gone, and you'll move on. But for now, you're part of it. A single thread in this strange, beautiful rug of the world. You wake to the smell of wet wool and overcooked porridge. The market has already begun to dissolve, folding itself back into wagons, saddle packs, and whispered directions to nowhere in particular. You stretch, blinking away the grit from your eyes, and look to the southeast. That's your next heading toward a bend in the river, where rumor says messages are sometimes left behind. Letters, fragments, signs. It's a curious thing. Letters in a world where so few can read. And yet, as your caravan trundles onward, you start hearing more about them. Scraps of parchment, sometimes cloth, even leather carried by hand from merchant to merchant, or passed between way stations known only to those in the circuit. You're told to keep an eye out for the stones that sleep, whatever that means. The journey takes you past sunburnt fields and shaggy plains. The trees grow sparse, more scrub than forest. Wind howls more often now, tugging at cloaks, scattering campfire ashes. When you finally reach the bend, it's not marked by a sign or monument, just a crooked willow leaning out over the bank, like it's peering into the current for a lost friend. Beneath the roots, tucked into a hollow that's just dry enough, you find it a bundle of old parchment tied with red twine. The Norsemen in your group hesitate. Reading is rare among your kind, useful, yes, but uncommon. Fortunately, one of your number is a Russ's scribe of mixed background, a lanky man with ink-stained fingers and a habit of muttering verbs under his breath. He opens the bundle with the same reverence others show to relics. He squints, traces the lines with a crooked finger, and begins to read. The first is short, a trade confirmation. 10 beaver hides received, copper weight correct. Return payment by next moon. The second is stranger. Woman with amber eyes seen again in Bashtu. She asks after your health. She sings the old songs. I think she remembers. The third is poetry, or at least something like it. We walked the river's edge and spoke of fire, but silence grew in the reeds. I traded truth for fur and forgot my own name. The group falls silent. It's not beautiful, not exactly, but it feels real. Someone lived these words. The scribe continues. One message includes a drawing of what looks like a bird, long wings, narrow beak, perched on a tree with 5 roots. Map, he says, or code. Historians still wonder whether these letters were personal or professional. Some argue they were both hybrid notes passed between people who had to trust one another without ever meeting. A form of proto-post in a world where trust weighed more than silver. You pocket one of the scraps, illegible, but clearly signed with a carved rune at the bottom. Maybe it's just the fancy of the wind, but it seems to hum against your fingers. That night you sit beside a fire while others drink fermented rye and argue about where the letters truly come from. Some say they're coordinated by a guild, a shadow network of scribes. Others insist it's informal, just traders paying scribes in goods to carry news between stops. One woman claims they're sacred. Each one is a breath someone refused to waste. You don't know what to believe, but as the flames settle low and the stars reappear, you realize something: these messages, factual, romantic, poetic, absurd, they make this trade network feel human. It's not just coins and goods. It's longing, memory, reach. Days pass, and the road grows lonelier. You cross a ravine where bandits once ambushed a silk caravan. Someone still finds a buckle in the dirt. Another man retrieves a boot with no foot inside. You walk faster after that. Eventually, your group approaches a known way station, an old wooden structure surrounded by thorn bushes and half-collapsed fence posts. The roof sags like tired shoulders. Inside, it smells of old cheese and damp wool. But pinned to the far wall is something astonishing: dozens of letters, strips of hide, torn cloth, paper, bone tablets, all covered in writing. Some are names, others are coordinates. A few are declarations of trade delivered 12 barrels of salt, awaiting Ashwood cart. But others, they're weird. A series of lines in Norse reads, "She passed here. Her shoes were red. The child has blue eyes. Another 3 men stole fire from the hill. They laughed like brothers. I let them go. One more. Don't trust the man with copper ears. You stare for a long time. There's no pattern, no master archive. These aren't official records. They're the graffiti of a forgotten network. A map not of roads, but of people. Their hopes, their warnings, their lies. Historians still argue whether such messages were ever meant to last. Many dismiss them as travelers' lore tricks of the trade. But the sheer number of these fragments discovered across burial sites, trade posts, and hidden caches suggests something deeper. You leave your own note. You borrow the scribe's ink press, your runes, into a strip of leather, and hang it on a nail near the entrance. You write, "Still walking, still trading. If she remembers, tell her, I sing in my sleep." The others don't question it. You leave the way station at dusk. The wind follows you, curling between wagons, rustling through packs. A raven watches from a branch. Maybe just a bird. Maybe not. The next town is days away. Another chance to trade, to eat, to sleep without sand in your teeth. But as you trudge forward, your mind stays behind, hovering over those letters. There's something sacred about a message passed through hundreds of miles, dozens of hands, no promises. Something quiet, soft. A whisper too fragile to live in any official document, yet persistent enough to cross continents. You begin to wonder how many lives are carried not in memory, not in song, but in smudged ink and crumbling parchment. That night, the scribe approaches your tent. He hands you a folded slip of paper. "Found in my bag," he says. "Don't know how it got there." It's a single line written in a rushed hand. If your shadow lengthens at sunrise, you are walking the right way. No name, no date, no direction. You don't understand it, but you keep it. Because out here between the riverbanks and the open steppe, the letters are more than mail. They're ballast, carried alongside fur and wax, closer than knives, weightier than coin. They say you were here, that you mattered, that someone cared enough to write it down. You step into the clearing slowly, respectfully. The ground here isn't just soil, it's story. The grass is short, wind-blown, stubborn. Stones rise like old teeth from the earth, some carved, others blank. This is not a grand necropolis. No towering mausoleums or angelic statues. Just mounds, modest, lonely. You've arrived at one of the eastern burial grounds. Viking graves, but not the kind you find back home. These are different. A small hill barely waist-high holds a shallow pit. At its center lies a scattering of artifacts, a comb, a coin, the rusted fragment of a belt buckle. No name, no inscription, nothing obvious to say. Here lies Olaf, who crossed rivers and bartered with kings. Just a few items, each one quiet as a sigh. Someone in your group recognizes the style. Early Rus, he mutters, maybe 10th century, humble folk, or tired. You crouch closer. The comb is well-crafted, smooth, engraved with a looping knot motif. The coin beside it is Arabic minted, far to the south, its edge worn nearly blank. This person, whoever they were, traveled far, or their belongings did. Either way, the journey lives on in silence. Historians still debate how many Norse stayed in these lands for good. Some say thousands. Others argue most intended only to trade, not settle. But the graves speak clearly. Not all went home. You walk between the mounds. Some are fresh. Others are caved in, gnawed by time. One bears a small stone, etched with 3 runes and nothing else. A burial marker. A warning. Maybe a wish. Someone whispers a story behind you of a Norseman who fell in love with a local girl, stayed through a bitter winter, caught fever, and died before spring. They buried him with a charm. He once gave her a bead carved from antler, shaped like a bear. She never remarried. She raised goats and whispered his name to the stars until she forgot how it sounded. It's a good story. You don't ask whether it's true. Further on, a different kind of grave, slightly larger, set with a low stone border. Within it lies the decayed skeleton of a longboat rotted flat into the earth. This one wasn't humble. A chieftain, a merchant prince, you can't tell. But his grave goods include Byzantine trinkets, a silver bowl from Persia, and a handful of Frankish nails, likely once part of a chest now vanished. There's no sword, no helmet, just a whetstone, a brooch, and a set of balance scales with a single weight. A man of trade, then. The group's scribe kneels beside the grave, muttering dates and guesses. 10th century again. Maybe early 11th. Could have been part of a guard unit in Miklagard, retired here, or just died on the way. The grave makes no comment. The wind picks up scattering dry leaves and bits of straw. You wrap your cloak tighter. Somewhere nearby, a raven cries out once, then falls silent. You find yourself thinking about how these men lived, how far they walked, how long they watched the rivers slide by, hoping the next bend would bring good trade, warm food, someone who spoke their language, and how eventually they just stopped walking. Buried with them are clues, coins too old to spend combs, too fine to use charms worn smooth by fingers that touch them for comfort. Every object is a kind of whisper, I was here. Historians still argue about these Eastern settlers. Some claim they assimilated married local women, changed languages, forgot their gods. Others think they held on to their Norse identity stubbornly, even as their children learned Slavic prayers and wore steppe-style boots. You think it's probably both. A young man in your caravan, barely grown eyes, always darting, kneels beside a grave and lights a tiny oil lamp. For whoever's listening, he says, so you don't get cold. It's not religious, it's human. That evening, you camp on the far edge of the burial site. The fires are small, the conversation soft. No one makes jokes. You all feel it, the closeness of those still here, just beneath the soil. You lie on your back, staring up at a sky painted with stars. You wonder, did they miss home, the ones buried here? Did they remember the way the sea smells, or how snow crunches under boots in the fjords? Did they sing old songs under a foreign moon, hoping the words would keep their memories from fading? Maybe. Or maybe, like you, they simply moved forward step by step until there was nowhere left to go. One of the older men begins humming, a melody you half recognize, a lullaby, maybe, or a funeral song. The notes drift upward, carried by smoke and wind. You close your eyes. You dream of a grave shaped like a boat drifting across a sky of grass. The sail is made of parchment. The oars are bones. And somewhere inside it, someone you don't know holds your name in their hand, like a stone they've polished for years. When you wake, the graves are still there, still quiet, still waiting. You pack up slowly. The road ahead calls, but the past walks beside you now, not in fear, in memory. Your boots crunch over dry gravel as you approach a low village wrapped in morning fog. The houses here are squat and domed, with turf roofs, their wooden frames darkened by years of soot and smoke. Smoke seeps from chimneys curling above thatched bundles like cautious fingers. Children scurry behind doorways, peeking out with cautious curiosity. You're not the first Norseman to pass through this place. That much is clear. A woman steps from a doorway with a clay pot in her hands. She's not dressed like anyone back home. Her tunic is long and dark belted with woven cords, and her headscarf is embroidered with red thread and tiny silver discs. Her eyes are almond-shaped, sharp assessing. One of your companions steps forward and speaks in a rough patchwork of Norse and the local Slavic dialect. She listens, nods, and beckons you toward a small yard where goats graze lazily near an overturned wheelbarrow. You're here not for trade this time, but for introductions. For marriage. Not yours. Someone else's. A Norseman in your group. Andor, tall and freckled with a beard that seems permanently windblown, has been returning to this region for years, trading wax and pelts, staying longer each time. And this season, he's decided not to leave alone. He's marrying a local woman from this village. Her name is Zara. She doesn't speak Norse. He barely speaks her tongue. But there's something in the way they look at each other, tentative, amused, patient, that says this isn't a union of convenience. It's something quieter, stranger, real. You watch as Zara's family gathers near a wooden bench draped in woven blankets. The air smells of damp linen, boiled cabbage, and faintly of sheep. Andor arrives carrying a carved box containing gifts, beads, a belt, a tiny iron kettle. He sets it down with exaggerated care. Zara's uncle inspects each item without a word. He's clearly the decision maker. When he finishes, he nods and someone produces a bowl of wine. The ceremony isn't long. It doesn't need to be. Hands are clasped, blessings muttered, rings exchanged, or in this case, leather cords tied around wrists. A chicken wanders through the background unnoticed. And just like that, a new household begins. Historians still discuss the extent of these intermarriages. Were they rare, strategic, commonplace? The evidence is fragmentary bits of Norse DNA found in graves along the Volga, mixed cultural artifacts in homes unearthed by archaeologists, and of course, the old songs half-translated lullabies with Viking rhythms and step-style rhymes. You're offered food afterward, flatbread and butter, a thick stew of barley and goat. Someone hands you a cup of strong, bitter tea that tastes like bark and fire. You drink it anyway. It's good in its own hostile way. Later, you speak with an older woman, Zara's aunt maybe, who shows you a pouch of charms she's sewn into her clothing. One is a Thor's hammer. The other is a crescent moon. Both, she says, pointing to her heart. For safety. You nod. That makes sense. That night, the campfire stories are different. Softer. Andor leans against a wall, watching Zara teach him a few words in her language. He repeats them badly, grinning each time she corrects him. Someone makes a joke about whether their children will be warriors or merchants. Someone else says both. That's the point. You lie in your bedroll, staring at the rafters. The house you're sleeping in tonight is warm, but unfamiliar. A child's toy, a carved deer, sits on a shelf nearby. You wonder if it belonged to one of Zara's younger siblings. You wonder what it means to raise a family far from the fjords, to say goodbye to your winters, your fish, your sagas. And yet here, it feels possible. The next day, you're gifted a scarf, woven by one of the village women. The pattern is strange to you. Diamond stripes, a symbol that might be a tree or might be a river, but it's warm, and it's offered without ceremony, just a nod. You take it unsure how to express thanks in the right language. One of your older companions murmurs, "This is how lineages begin." He gestures at the village, the house, the woman brushing a child's hair with a carved comb. This is how we become stories. Historians still argue how deeply Norse culture took root in the East. Some claim it was washed away within a generation, Others believe it shaped entire regions, blending, bending, never breaking. You think of Andor and Zara. Their marriage might not shift borders or fill sagas, but when they speak to each other across that gap of unfamiliar words, when they share soup from the same bowl, when they tie their shoes together under a shared roof, it matters because it lasts. You step over a low stone fence and into the clearing like you're entering a memory. It doesn't look like much, just another burial site, barely a quarter-acre wide, overgrown with brambles and yellow grass. But there's a glint in the sunlight. Something bright, buried beneath the centuries. Your companion, the same grizzled trader who spotted iron coins from 20 paces last week, reaches down and brushes away a clump of moss. There, lying half submerged in the dirt, is a pendant, Byzantine unmistakably. A small gold disc etched with a cross and bordered with delicate filigree. He lifts it, gently turns it over in his calloused palm. Greek work, he says, but buried with a Norse name. The grave is shallow, humble, like so many you've seen along the river routes. A few wooden fragments, a dented cup, a scrap of linen clinging to a bone pin. But that pendant, it doesn't belong here, at least not in the way most would expect. And yet there it is, glittering, still warm from the sun. Byzantine goods have a strange way of appearing far from home. Coins, trinkets, silk scraps, even ivory figurines, they show up in Norse graves from Sweden to the Caucasus. And they tell a story you can't quite read aloud. This isn't loot. This is sentiment. Someone carried that pendant a long, long way. Through markets and raids, across rivers and over wintered plains. It passed through hands. Maybe it was a gift, maybe a reward. Maybe someone earned it in the Varangian Guard for 20 years of silent watch duty outside the Emperor's bath chamber. Or maybe it was simply traded one shiny object for another, and then held on to cherished, not for its monetary worth, but for what it represented: contact, connection, memory. You look down again. The pendant's delicate cross has been rubbed nearly smooth. Touched too often, maybe during prayers, or out of habit, the way one rubs a lucky charm. Not far from the pendant, another grave is uncovered. This one belongs to a woman. The burial is older, its goods more modest, but tucked beneath her ribs is a tiny glass vial, blue and cloudy. Your caravan scribe leans in and mutters, probably perfume or oil. From the south, maybe even Alexandria. You're standing in a graveyard that spans continents. Historians still argue about the meaning of these items in Norse burials. Were they trophies? Trade surplus, religious symbols? But there's another interpretation. They were keepsakes, chosen carefully, placed with the dead, not for public show, but for private love. And it's not just baubles. Later that day, someone unearths a child's grave near the edge of the clearing. The bones are fragile, barely more than dust. But with them, a silk ribbon, purple and frayed. No embroidery, just a strip, Byzantine by the weave. A child who never saw the empire, but buried with a piece of it anyway. You walk through the site, slowly absorbing the details. Coins stacked near the feet, silver bracelets with Greek lettering, bronze keys in unfamiliar shapes. Tiny things that whisper not of raids, but of relationships. One man in your group, quiet older, tells a story from his youth. I knew a man, he says, who served the emperor for 10 years. Came home with nothing but a pair of sandals and a silver spoon. His wife kept the spoon, buried it with him, said it was the only thing he never sold. Another woman remembers her grandmother wearing a necklace of gold discs. Never took it off, she says. said it was from her grandfather's father who got it in Miklagard. Didn't matter if it was real. It was his. You begin to understand something. These aren't just trade goods. They're pieces of lives, echoes. Sometimes you find them in unexpected places. A Varangian axe dulled with use lies beneath a slab near the village well. A mirror, cracked bronze-backed, sits, buried beside a woman who wore a Norse cloak but southern slippers. You're watching cultures intertwine, in silence, through metal cloth and the placement of a coin near the tongue. One grave puzzles the whole group. It contains only 3 items: a polished stone, a gold earring, and a ring of plaited horsehair. No bones remain, just a hollowed impression in the soil. Maybe they burned the body, someone suggests. Maybe, says the scribe, they just wanted to bury the memory. That night, you sit around a dim fire, fidgeting with a bit of gold wire found near one of the graves. It's twisted, almost like it was meant to hold something else in place. A gem, a coin, or maybe just a lock of hair. And you wonder how many stories were buried out here, with no one left to tell them. You imagine a man standing at a grave, holding a trinket from a southern market, unsure whether to keep it or let it go, and then pressing it gently into the dirt, whispering something no one else can hear. Historians still search for meaning in these graves. They measure, catalog, hypothesize. But out here on the river edge, the story feels simpler. These items mattered, not for their value, but for who gave them, or who received them, or where they came from, or what they reminded the bearer of during long nights with no stars. Trade brought goods into Norse hands, but emotion buried them. You watch a raven land on one of the stone markers. It hops once, twice, then flies off. No omen, just a visitor like you. And when you finally crawl into your bedroll, the image of the gold pendant still floats behind your eyes, gleaming quietly in the soil, exactly where someone long ago wanted it to stay. You wake to the clinking of tent poles and the slap of canvas against wind. No longhouses here, no wooden halls draped in furs, warmed by hearth fires and packed elbow to elbow with familiar stories. You're not in the north anymore. You're in a camp, sparse, temporary, quiet. A few hide tents sag in the breeze, staked low against the ground like crouched animals. Smoke curls lazily from shallow fires. Someone's boiling water in a dented copper pot, its sides etched with years of travel. The whole camp smells like wet wool, boiled barley, and a touch of smoke-dried meat. This is not the Viking lifestyle of saga or fantasy. It's not ships creaking in harbors or feasts sung into dawn. It's slow, cautious, and practical. It's the East. The Norse who journeyed this far couldn't live the way they did at home. The landscape wouldn't allow it. The rivers flood the forests, crowd the steppes, roll on forever, with nowhere to build walls. So they adapted. They pitched tents. They moved often. And they stayed light. You roll up your sleeping mat, wool lined with straw, and help repack a cooking kit that fits neatly into a single bag. It contains 1 pan, 1 pot, 2 wooden spoons, a cloth pouch of salt, a tiny bone-handled knife. Enough for 3 men if they eat slowly. Nearby, a trader sews a tear in the side of his shelter. His fingers are thick, clumsy-looking, but he stitches with care, tongue sticking out in concentration. The needle is bone, the thread sinew. It's not beautiful work, but it's strong. You look around. The tents vary. Some are domed, others angular, many patched with fabrics from different regions: Slavic stripes, Turkic blues, northern wools. They're not showy. They're tools. Living in the East required mobility. One day, You're camped near a market town, the next beside a ravine, where wild horses drink at dawn. You don't know how long you'll stay. You don't plan for permanence. And so, you make a different kind of home. Historians still wrestle with what daily life looked like for Norse traders deep in the East. Permanent settlements are rare, especially in early records. But excavations have revealed small campsites along rivers marked by fire pits, tool fragments, broken beads, and compact living debris. You see it firsthand now. A child in the next tent over stirs a pot with a stick far too big for the job. Her mother shushes her gently, then adds dried onion to the pot. A man sharpens a knife beside a low bench made from a repurposed sled. The bench legs wobble. Someone calls for bread, flat rounds baked on stones. Crackly, chewy good with salt or goat fat. This isn't hardship. It's just lean living. The Norse didn't bring their longhouses east because the East had no patience for them. Instead, they brought what mattered: the stories, the gods, the tools, the ways of walking. You watch one man lay out his gear before packing. Each item has its place. He moves quickly, without waste. Tinderbox, coin, pouch, iron hook, whetstone, small carved idol. Thor, you think, worn smooth as sea glass. He kisses it, once tucks it away. Another man prays to no one at all. He just closes his eyes, takes 3 breaths, and ties his bootlaces twice. These are the habits that survive when buildings don't. You're told that the group will move soon. A fresh lead on a merchant camp 3 days east. That's how things work out here. Whispers trails old debts. So you help break camp. Tent poles are bundled. Blankets shaken out. Fire pits smothered. You scratch a quick rune into a birch tree before leaving, not for superstition, but so that if anyone else from your kin passes through, they'll know someone slept safely here. As you walk, the rhythm returns. Left foot, right foot weight shift. The tents get rolled tighter. The packs ride lower. It's hard at first, then easy. And then after several hours of dry walking and little conversation, you stop for the night again. The camp reappears. Not identical to the last, but similar. This time, the fire pit is dug in softer soil. The wind pulls harder. A tree nearby has thorns the size of fish bones, but the tents go up just the same. You sleep close tonight. Wolves are rumored nearby. That evening, you share dried meat and some bitter tea boiled with bark. Someone begins carving a cup from a block of soft wood. Another repairs a sandal strap, using a fish spine as a needle. Everything here is repurposed. Nothing is wasted. Someone tells a story about the time their camp was blown away by a storm while they were mid-bath. Everyone laughs. It's the kind of joke you only get if you've slept under hide during a hailstorm. Historians sometimes assume that nomadic life was inherently miserable, but they forget that mobility also offered protection. If a region grew hostile, politically, militarily, or environmentally, you moved. If a market dried up, you moved. If a friend betrayed you, you moved faster. Home was what you carried, and how you acted when you stopped. You remember hearing an old man once say, "The trick is to make the camp feel permanent just for one night, then let it go." That's how these Norsemen lived in the East. Tents, not longhouses. Flexibility, not fortresses. The next morning, you find that someone has braided the tent ropes tighter, and another person has rigged a small flap in the canvas to catch rainwater more efficiently. Little changes, clever ones. You move on, and the camp disappears behind you like a footprint in soft snow. Only the ash remains, and maybe a god carved into a tree. The wind blows dry and cool, as you trudge along a rocky hillside. There's little vegetation, just scrub-broken shale, and the occasional gnarled pine clinging stubbornly to the slope. You've left the soft rivers and boggy flatlands far behind. This is rough country now. Then you see it. A small stone barely up to your knee, etched with runes. Not Norse-style runes, not the smooth, even characters you'd find carved into a grave slab back in Uppsala. These are angular, shallow, weather-worn. They slant wrong, almost like someone copied them from memory. You run your fingers across them. They're real. One of your companions whistles low. Far from home, he mutters. Indeed. You've reached the place where Norse runes appear in the most unexpected places. Stones, cliff faces, church walls, graffiti. If you can believe that, in the corridors of Constantinople itself. The one before you now stands alone, tucked beside a goat path in the Caucasus Mountains. No clear reason why it's here. No obvious burial nearby. Just that lonely inscription, half covered in lichen. You can make out only a few words. One name, Bjorn, and a phrase, he was here. That's all. But it stops you cold. Because this is proof. Proof that someone, sometime long ago, carried a chisel, or knife, or shard of iron halfway across the known world, paused on this trail, and decided, I need to be remembered. If not by voice, then by mark. Historians still argue about the authenticity of some of these carvings. Were they made by actual Norse travelers or locals mimicking a foreign style? But the consensus remains some are genuine, carved by men who once sailed Baltic waters and now stood under strange stars. You find another, later that day, beside a river crossing more runes, faint and scattered. This time, they're deeper, rougher, as if carved in haste. He fell here, the runes say. We buried him near the stone. There's no grave now. If there ever was, it's gone. But the story lingers. You begin to understand how this happened. The eastern trade routes were not tidy corridors. They twisted, split-faded. A man could wander for days without seeing a landmark. And so, they left messages. Runes, scratched on rock, inked on wood, etched into silver. Not for decoration, for memory. Sometimes the messages are practical. You pass one on the archway of a ruined way station. Avoid the southern path, river broken. That warning may have saved lives. Or maybe it was already too late. Other runes, though, are more emotional. One carved into a wooden beam inside a church in Novgorod reads, I carved this while she slept. Another, inside what was once a market stall. Forgive me. I tried, and one scrawled onto the wall of the Hagia Sophia. Yes, the actual Hagia Sophia simply says, Halvdan was here. Halvdan was here. Just 3 words, but enough to turn an entire empire's history sideways for a moment. You ask one of your companions, an older man from the Isles, what he thinks drives a person to carve their name into stone. He shrugs. Same reason we spit before leaving a trail. So something of us stays, even if we don't. That night, you sit beside your tent, carving a stick with your knife. Not runes, just lines. But you understand the impulse to leave a mark, to say I mattered. You dream of a city where Norse and Greek mingle in the streets, where scrolls are written in 3 languages, and someone quietly, furtively scratches a rune into a marble column and walks away, never knowing who might see it next. Historians still dig for more runes in distant lands. Every new discovery is a headline. But what they rarely say is how deeply personal these messages are. Not declarations of power, but loneliness, hope, loss. You pass another on your way out of the mountains, just 3 characters almost lost to time. The scribe traveling with you identifies it. It says, "Come soon." No name, no place, just a wish. You walk on, but your eyes keep scanning the rocks, because now you know what to look for. And you start to wonder, if you were to carve a rune today, here in this windblown pass, what would you write? Maybe nothing bold. Maybe just, "I kept walking." You sit by the fire, the wind whispering just beyond your canvas flap, as if the land itself is asking you a question. The flames crackle softly, warming your hands. Another day has ended. Another day of walking, trading, remembering. And it's starting to feel different, heavier. You're beginning to realize just how many never made it home. Not just those who died, suddenly struck by illness, ambushed by bandits caught in a winter storm, but those who drifted too far from their beginnings, found something new, and quietly let go of the return journey. Some simply stayed. They built homes in river towns or along caravan trails, married, raised children, switched languages, kept a few keepsakes from the north, a carved comb, a rune stone near the hearth, a lullaby half remembered in an old tongue. Others vanished into the land. The next morning your group stops by a shallow grave. It wasn't on any map. Someone stumbled on it chasing a runaway mule. A single stone marks it uncarved. The grave has settled sunken, but it's clear someone was buried with care. A broken drinking horn rests nearby. Nothing else. No name. Your scribe scratches at his chin. We'll never know if he died on the way there or on the way home. You nod, because either one could be true. Later that day, the caravan comes across a hilltop shrine, little more than a wooden post and a circle of stones. Someone's draped a worn piece of cloth over the top. Sun-bleached, faded. It might have once been a Norse flag or a prayer banner. No one touches it. A woman in your group mutters, "My brother went east 3 winters ago. Never came back." Might be something like this, marking his path. She doesn't cry. But she walks ahead of the group for the rest of the day, not speaking. Historians still search for the names of Norsemen who disappeared into the east. The records are scattered. Mentions in Arab letters, brief notations in Byzantine scrolls, inscriptions on burial goods, but most are lost. And not always in tragedy. Some by choice. At the next camp, you meet an old man with a thick beard and a crooked cane. He speaks slowly, with a strange accent, half Norse, half Slavic. He offers you a seat beside his fire. His tent is patched with silk. You ask where he's from. He points north. Burka, or it was once. You ask how long he's been out here. He shrugs. Long enough that I forget what snow sounds like when it hits a roof. You share some dried meat. He shows you a necklace of tiny charms, one for each trade route he survived. One looks like a fishhook. Another is a coin with a hole through the middle. Another is a button. They remember me better than my name, he says. You believe him. He tells you of friends who stayed behind in markets that no longer exist, cities that crumbled, ports that dried up. Some of us made it back. Some of us didn't bother trying. Andor, your friend from earlier, now settled with Zara, sends word to you through another trader. His message is simple. We built a bench. You smile when you hear it. A bench. A place to sit. A place to stay. Sometimes memory returns not in body, but in song. Around the fire that night, a younger man begins to hum, an old melody, a shipworker's tune from Gotland. Low and slow, rhythmic as rowing. Another voice joins in, then another. It builds not loudly, but steadily. A song made for the water sung in the dirt, about homes far away, about sails no longer raised. Someone sings a line you've never heard. They told us we'd die in the east. We did, but not like they meant. You don't ask what it means. You already know. Historians sometimes describe the eastbound Norse as forgotten. But what if they weren't? What if they simply chose to leave their own story behind to start another quieter one? You find a small carving in the woods the next morning. A pine knot shaped into a crude figure, arms outstretched, mouth wide. Someone left it beside a creek. A shrine. A joke. A warning. You take nothing. You whisper, "Safe travels," and move on. Later that day, you pass a ruined hut. Long abandoned. Ivy crawling through the roof beams. Inside, a single wooden cup lies on its side, cracked. Someone lived here once. A Norseman, a Rus, a stranger. You'll never know. But you're beginning to understand that history is written in more than ink. It's written in paths worn thin by feet, in empty huts, in children who sing their mother's lullabies in a language their father barely knew. When your caravan finally pauses for the night, someone builds a fire with practiced ease. A young girl sits beside it, carving letters into a piece of bark. She doesn't write in Norse. She writes in Slavic script. But the words, they're a proverb you recognize. From home. You sit beside her sharing a blanket, and for the first time in weeks, you don't feel lost. You feel like a thread in a tapestry twisted distant, but still part of the weave. Many died far from home. Many stayed. And many more live on not in bones or sagas, but in borrowed songs, half-spoken names, and benches built on unfamiliar soil. You watch the stars rise, the fire settle, the wind shift. You remember their names, even if no one else does. And in your chest, you carry them onward. The road behind you stretches far, nearly invisible now, beneath dust, memory, and time. You followed it across forests, rivers, steppe, and silence. And now, at last, you've come to a place where maps don't guide you anymore. Because something has changed. Not in the world, in you. You sit on a hill, overlooking a wide plain. The grass ripples in the wind, like the sea green instead of blue, but just as endless. Somewhere out there, the Black Sea glimmers in the sunlight. You can't see it, not yet, but the air tastes of salt and distance. This was never the route you imagined when someone first said Viking journey. There were no sea battles, no plunder, no horned helmets, just quiet footsteps, traded words, broken boots, and soft exchanges in half-learned tongues. And yet it's this journey that rewrites everything you thought you knew. You glance down at your hands, calloused, weathered dirt under every nail. On your wrist, a leather cord. You traded for it weeks ago. Can't even remember what you gave in exchange. It's become part of you now. In your pack, a comb, a chipped coin, a folded note from a stranger written in a script you can't read. Each one tells a different story. Each one proof of a life touched and passed. You think of all the people you met along the way, Zara and Andor, and their quiet house with its goat smell and warm tea. The scholar from Baghdad who wrote your name with reverence and ink-stained fingers. The scribe who murmured in 3 languages. The old trader with charms instead of children. They weren't stops along the path. They were the path. Historians often search for patterns. They group and label raiders, settlers, traders, guards. But you've learned something different. These Viking journeys east weren't one thing. They were everything. A fluid moving dance of identities. Not fixed, not simple, not loud, just real. You pass a carved stone near the trail, newer than most, etched with unfamiliar runes. You crouch to read them. I went far. I returned changed. Or perhaps not at all. You sit beside it for a while, just breathing, letting the sun warm your face, the breeze carry the scent of cedar and dust. You're not in a hurry anymore. The road ahead exists, yes, but its end no longer matters as much as the walking itself. Later, a boy in your group finds an old piece of pottery near the riverbank. Glazed turquoise cracked clean through. He hands it to you. You recognize the design Persian, maybe, or copied from it. You smile, slip it into your pack. Another echo, another trace. As dusk falls, the caravan makes its final stop. There's no celebration, no grand ending, just the quiet ritual of fire-making, tent staking, and the sharing of bread. You chew slowly, watching the horizon fade into blues and silvers. Someone plays a tune on a reed flute. It's familiar. You heard it once months ago in a different town, in a different language. It's traveled too, like you. One of the younger travelers asks what happens now. An older voice replies, "We walk, we rest, we walk again." You nod. That's the only answer that ever made sense. You've come to understand that not every journey has a climax. Some just fade. They ripple outward like water disturbed by a stone. Long after the footfalls stop, the echoes remain. In a silver earring buried in a snow-covered grave. In a rune carved into a church wall in a language no one remembers. In a child's lullaby that mixes Norse rhythm with Slavic words. In you. You lie back on the grass and close your eyes. The stars emerge one by one, blinking softly, like the eyes of the past, watching from above. You listen to the wind in the grass, the whisper of old footsteps, the hum of forgotten names. And you feel it, not the thrill of arrival, but the wonder of having walked, of having become something quieter, wider, softer. When the map rewrites itself, it doesn't use ink. It uses lives. Your journey may be over, or maybe it continues tomorrow. But tonight you carry every footstep, every fire, every face in your chest. And somewhere in the quiet spaces between starlight and earth, those who never came home hear you walk and know they are remembered. Let your breath slow now. You've walked a long way. Through reeds and riverbanks, across trade roads and winding trails, past tents, markets' mounds, and memory. You've sat beside fires, where names were whispered, traded amber for silence, and left footprints in lands where no map dared speak. And yet, in all that movement, in all that passage from place to place, you found something still. A rhythm, a truth, that the journeys that change us don't always announce themselves. They come quietly, in the shape of a borrowed word, in the warmth of a stranger's blanket, in the moment when you realize your story no longer fits into the lines you started with. Tonight, let the echoes settle. Let the stars above you keep watch as they did over countless travelers who came before those who found new homes, who never returned, who left behind only runes, rings, or whispers in another's dream. Breathe in. You are not lost. You are part of the path. Breathe out. The road is always there, winding, fading, waiting. But for now, it is enough to have walked this far, to have seen these things, to have remembered what others forgot. Sleep now. Let the journey rest beside you. Let the footsteps fade into grass. And may your dreams carry you gently to shores unknown where the wind speaks softly and the fires always welcome you home. Before you drift into that peaceful rest, share your thoughts in the comments below. What part of the Viking journey surprised you the most? And don't forget to subscribe to continue exploring history and myths with us. Your next adventure is just a click away.